Hello, my fellow hermits, and welcome to another video. Today we're going to do a special request. A viewer of mine suggested that I do a. Sorry, I am so distracted right now. A viewer suggested that I do a reading for 2025. I thought it was a little bit late in the year to get on the game, but I since it's a request, I'm going to go ahead and fulfill that. And what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be looking at career and love. So we will start with the love reading and how your love life is going to go, and then we will jump into career and we're going to look at three phases. So we'll do April to June, then we'll do July to September, and then we'll do October to December. And we will look into what's happening, what's causing these things to happen, what lessons you're going to be learning for your career and your love life, what actions you're going to take, some advice for these individual months. And we will also ask yes or no questions related to each phase that you might have, or you'll ask that. I'll answer whatever yes or no question that you have, and we will get into it. So, I wanted to have a disclaimer here somewhere about these types of readings. The reason I hesitate to do so long in advance is because I'm the believer that you can change your fate and you do have free will, and tarot cards are only here to tell you what outcome you will receive if you continue on your current path and if you decide not to make changes. So if you are going through each of these piles and you have this realization that you don't want your life to head in that direction and you don't want that to happen, then I would take that advice as a way of changing the situation and changing the outcome. So that's just a full disclaimer. If you don't like the way that things are headed, you always have the will to change that. You always have the ability to change that for yourself. These readings are just here to let you know what's going to happen if you continue down your current path. So without further ado, go ahead and select the pile that speaks the most to you, and we will get into your reading. Hello, Pile 1, and welcome to your reading. Your crystal is very tiny today, but I thought that this looked best with the deck that I currently have. And if you didn't watch the introduction, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking at your love life and your career for three phases of 2025. We'll look from April to June, July to September, and then October to December. And I won't give a full breakdown. If you want to know the full breakdown, that's in the intro. But through the end of each phase, I would prompt you to ask a yes or no question about what's going to be specifically happening this month. This could be a yes or no question of any sort, and Spirit will provide you with an answer for that question during those monthly periods. But I would keep it related to 2025 for you. So to make sure that this is your reading, we'll get into these cards here. You received the Moon, clarified by the Seven of Coins, clarified by the Three of Coins, and clarified by the Seven of Wands. So the situation that you're going through, something is not as it seems. And I'm not certain that you're really picking up on that energy or not, but either you're getting carried away with a fantasy that you have about your life, or you have been told a lie or are believing a lie of some sort. And it looks like this is related to the Seven of Coins. It could be your career, it could be your health, it could be related to finances, but really what's on your mind is payoff, whether or not something that you're investing in is really worth continuing to invest in or worth taking that leap to invest in. And you're at this point where you might be a little bit frustrated with where it is that this situation has brought you, or where it is that you're basically asking whether or not you should invest in something. So I don't know if this is continuing to invest in something. I don't know if this is beginning to invest in something due to the fact that 7 is here. I would think that this is probably something that you've been investing in for quite some time, but doesn't have to be. And currently, your answer to that is no. You don't want to invest any further with the 3 of Coins in reverse here. You don't think that it's going to pay off for you. So I think for some of this is your personal belief. So right now, you believe that there's a lot of problems in what you're investing in, and I think that's why you might be here. Either you were promised something and what you were promised is not exactly what you have received from this other person. The work that you or another person has put into this project has disappointed you in some way, and you feel like it needs to be redone. Or it could be that you don't feel like you're doing enough, and you don't feel like you should be doing enough to get this off the ground for it to pay off. But you're wanting to take a step backwards either way from the question that you're asking about, because I think that you don't right now feel like it's going to provide you with what you want. But the truth of the matter is that this situation that you're asking about is going to require more work, according to Spirit, with the 7 of Wands. It's going to require proving yourself in spite of the amount of stress and pressure that you have, and not giving up on the situation that you feel like is not going to pay off. It's continuing to fight even when it feels impossible, and not backing down even if you are afraid, and even if you don't feel confident in your abilities or the outcome of the situation. So hopefully, if you feel like this resonates, this is your pile. If you don't feel like it resonates, then I would pick another pile that you were drawn to, or I would try another reading. But welcome if you have decided to stay. So we will get into your love life first. From April to June, what is going to be happening for pile 1's love life? What is going to be happening for pile 1's love life from April to uncomfortable in frame? 2 of Wands, that's promising. Can we clarify the 2 of Wands here? Okay. Why is this 4 of Coins in reverse? Okay. What is the lesson that pile 1's love life is going to show them from April to June? Workaholic. What lesson is pile 1 going to learn? Ooh. What is pile 1 going to be saying to themselves about their love life from April? Oh. Okay. And what action is pile 1 going to take between these months for their love life? Can we clarify what's causing this Lovers card to be in reverse? It's causing this Lovers card to be in reverse. Why are they denying their true desires? The Three of Cups. Okay. With the Two of Wands here, there's a lot of potential for something to work out. And there's a level of excitement and passion within you about this opportunity or even the prospect of being in a relationship right now. You might be exploring your options or waiting for the perfect moment to be with someone. And you might be wanting to get back into the dating game because you see so much potential, or you might be trying to rekindle an old flame of some sort. There's multiple different options here for multiple different groups of people. So maybe you're trying to spice things up and move to the next level with someone. Maybe you're single, you're trying to date, you're trying to see what's available for you during these months. But there's something that you can't really let go of with this Four of Coins here. And if some of you have been through a recent breakup and you've had someone on your mind a lot, I don't think they're going to be leaving you from April to July. I think they're going to be stuck on your mind. And it's almost like you might, I feel like for some of you, you might recognize that it's over and there's no going back to this person. But there's like a level of denial with these cards here of you're keeping this person close to you, you're keeping this person close to your heart. And I don't think that you're going to be, even if you're single and you're putting yourself out there and you're exploring your options, I don't think they're going to live up to this person that you've had on your mind for a while. And that might be a little bit disappointing for you. You might not be really all that interested in investing in other people, even if situations pop up. And I think that's because you're afraid to let go of this person that you've had for quite some time. And you might be, if this doesn't resonate, you might just be more focused on career and just not a really romantic centric person. You might be focused more on money and not wanting to take any risks with anyone. You might shut a lot of the opportunities that pop up for you down if you're not a really romantic person and you're not interested in your love life, but you're not really trusting of other people at this time. That, or you're just holding this person that you've loved for quite some time in your mind and holding out hope that maybe they're going to come at the right time. Maybe things are going to work out between the two of us. Maybe I just need to wait a little bit longer because you see potential with that person. And the reason why you have this mistrusting behavior and why you don't want to take a risk or invest in other people or your dating life in general is this denial of what you want with the Lovers card in reverse. For some of you, you might have, as I suggested earlier, lost a person that you really loved and cared about. And you know deep in your heart and soul that this is the person that you want to be with. This is the person that you truly love and desire, but you are deciding to choose the more logical decision rather than listening to your heart. And that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. I feel like that's often demonized in readings of like, oh, you know what you truly want, you're not going to go for it. Because sometimes you meet people that you love and you want to be with, but it's just not the right time, or they've done something where you can't exactly shed self-respect to be with them. I've been in multiple situations that have been like that. But there's a sense of regret about what it is that you lost. And if you are trying to get over this person, if you have someone that pops into mind, I think that they you might have regretted committing to them. You might have regretted losing them in some way, and you're afraid to commit to other people or take that risk with other people because you might actually enjoy it with this 3 of cups here. You're scared of I feel like some of you are just scared of having your heart broken again, and some of you are scared of investing into something that doesn't turn out as good it is as it was with this other person. And that's why you're not taking the leap of faith. But yeah, for some of you with the 3 of cups here, you're denying yourself what you want. You're denying your heart when it comes to either dating other people or dating in general because you're afraid of finding someone to celebrate life with. You're afraid of finding someone who makes things enjoyable. And I think you're afraid of the fallout that could happen if you open yourself up to that person again, because the 3 of cups could talk about opening the dynamic. I feel like for others, you might just be in this phase where you're just exploring your options. You don't want to take that leap because you're young and you want to have fun and you want to go out and have a good time. And you don't want to be bogged down by a relationship or feel bored by a relationship. And then there's also the third possibility that some of you who might be in a relationship right now and wanting to explore their options, you might be denying your true desires in this relationship and feeling a little bit bored with your partner. I don't know if this is during this time or if this is just kind of what's been dragging on for a while that needed to come to the surface. But this card with the 3 of cups could talk about boredom in your current relationship and wanting to explore your options elsewhere because you might know deep down that you're not in a relationship that excites you anymore. You're not in a relationship that feeds your soul. You're choosing to stay with this person with the 4 of cups here or the 4 of coins here because you might be scared in investing in other places. You might be scared that if you go out dating again, it might never be the same as it was with this person. You've worked really hard with this person and put a lot of effort into this person. And you might just be afraid of letting other people in, or maybe afraid of returning to that previous cycle that you have with them of that other relationship becoming a little bit boring and repetitive for you. There's a fifth possibility too where you might not be acting upon your true desires because maybe the other person is in a relationship or you are in a relationship with someone right now and you're choosing the logical solution of allowing them to be with that person instead of trying to meddle with their relationship and trying to become a third party person, which I think is pretty admirable of you to do at this point in time. So it looks like there's a little bit of a struggle from March to July when it comes to your love life, but the lesson that you're going to be learning is related to the workaholic chakra card. And I'm going to look at the specific meaning of the workaholic card with the blue. I think you are a very career focused person. That's definitely come out a lot within this reading. And your work fulfills you, and you might have this aspect or element of yourself where you don't think that someone is going to live up to the way that work treats you or live up to the satisfaction that you feel with your work. And you might try to avoid romantic connections, is what I'm hearing, for the sake of pouring into your work. So you might work in a demanding job where it requires a lot of your attention. There's not room for romantic situations or dating or connections. But the truth is, and I think you're going to learn this from April to July, I'm going to insert myself into the situation, and I apologize if that's annoying. But I was in the same boat as a lot of you that might resonate with this message, where I would put myself into my art. I loved writing. I loved creating. I'm working on a book and a series of poems right now. And this, I didn't really put too much of myself into my work until 2024 to 2025, when I went through multiple painful situations with my dating life. And after I went through those situations, I creating was like breathing for me. And I've said this before. It was so easy to write poems. It was so easy for me to express myself on the page. I almost felt compelled to do it. Like it was something that I just had to do to get all of that pain out. And I think it might be the same thing for you, where you have to, it's important to experience life instead of shutting yourself away into your work, essentially. It's important to, I think you might hide yourself in your work and ignore your issues through your work. And you use busyness as a way of not addressing the problems that you might be experiencing. And there's a time and a place for that to happen. There's no judgment on my end for that, but it's going to burn you out, I think, during April to July. And you might realize that you hide behind material things, you hide behind your wealth, you hide behind your success instead of going out and experiencing life. And that might cause you to not, it might prolong some of the pain that you might be experiencing with your love life, because you're not addressing what needs to be addressed here. You're just shoving things off because you feel too busy to actually come to terms with it. And you also have, I look for you everywhere, and finding out the truth crushed me. So I don't know if this is going to happen from April to June. I don't, take what resonates, as we always say. But you might have gone through something. I feel like for some of you, you got cheated on. Like, just gonna say that. That doesn't have to be for everyone, but there's some sort of pain of figuring out the reality of a situation, figuring out the reality of your romantic life, that is going to really hurt you during this month and might push you to focus on your career and just completely indulge in that instead of looking into your love life. But you're still going to have someone in mind during this time when you're focused on your work. And with the I look for you everywhere, I feel the need to clarify. So, what are they, what has led to this lesson here? Like, what problem are they ignoring? Problem are they ignoring through overworking? What truth are they ignoring by overworking? Yeah, the death card. There's something that you need to bring to an end when it comes to your love life. There's something that you need to move forward from that you just can't move forward from. And what are they? We're going to clarify again. Why can't they move forward? Sorry if things are a little bit disheveled. I just threw my phone just fell off. Okay. So the reason you can't move forward from this situation and the chariot, I think for some of you with the chariot in reverse, it's you have something that you need to focus on. And I don't think that you want to be distracted at this time. So you're choosing not to address the problem or the issue at hand, or choosing to address that emotional side simply because there's something else that you really need to be attentive towards right now, and I don't think you want to be tipped over by it. So you're kind of just burying it. And there's also a deep need with the Four of Swords here to rest and rejuvenate and to have that time to do it. But I just don't think that it's possible for you right now. And that might be why you can't really go through this transformative period and why you're so hyper focused on work. There's something that really demands your attention, and it's not necessarily your love life. What happened that made them feel like they can't move forward with this person? I think you need to rest. I think that's the biggest thing here. The Ace of Coins in reverse. They're just not worth investing in, this person, or they won't commit. It's a lost cause. And maybe they had a change of heart. Maybe they changed their minds and they were the ones that pulled out of it. You could have been the one to pull out of it, but for whatever reason, the value of the relationship was not really working, and the effort and investment into this relationship is not worthwhile for you. It could again be cheating. Cheating seems to be getting brought up a lot, but it doesn't have to be. But it could also be a love me or leave me situation by Curly of, should I walk away? Should I abandon this? How much do I need to lose before I realize that this is unsalvageable type of situation? But I think you know deep down that this relationship is not worth committing to, but it's upsetting because you might have seen a lot of potential with this person. You have the Five of Swords as well. You feel very paralyzed. That's why you're focused on work. I think you might feel just really paralyzed with your love life or paralyzed by these truths that you have to move through and realize. Because the wolf in this deck, he's all tied up and he can't move and he's got the sword in his mouth. So I think your love life might just be really overwhelming during this time. The action that you're taking towards your love life is represented by the Six of Wands in reverse. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be taking much action, if I'm being honest with you. I think that you're going to back down. I think that you're going to drop your banner, and I think you're going to walk away from the situation to heal from the loss. I don't think you're going to be trying to win the situation or win your love life, because it just feels like it's a letdown for you during April to June. So I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but as I said in the introduction, if this is something that you would like to change, you can definitely change it. But seems like you're recovering from love a lot from the first 3 months. So now we'll look at the next 3 months from July to through September. All right, Spirit. I'm just knocking everything over. What's going to be happening for pile 1 from July to October? Four of Coins in reverse. Okay, we're still being a little bit stingy with our love life. Why are we holding on to? Why is the Four of Swords and Four of Coins in reverse here? Page of Cups and the Knight of Cups. What lesson are we going to be learning from July to September? Oh my God, I almost forgot. Before we get into this, I'll keep these cards here. I want you, pile 1, to ask a question related to your love life. If you would like to, if you don't want to ask the question, then you can just stick around and watch the answer. But we are going to try to answer that question through the angel answers. So hold that in your mind. What is the answer to pile one's question? Peaceful resolution, remain positive, it's up to you, and success. So that is the answer to your question, is to try to stay positive about whatever situation that you asked about. And I think you might be the one that has to come to a peaceful resolution with this person for it to remain successful. But that's the answer. I'm not going to go into too much depth. Okay. Now back to this here. What lesson is pile 1 going to learn about love from July to September? Faith. All right. And what are they going to be saying to themselves about love? Oh, for some of you, I'm hearing from April to June when it says I look for you everywhere, you might just be seeing a lot of couples and wanting what they have too. That could also be relevant. Okay, what are they saying? I wish I could share my good news with you. Yeah, there's definitely been a breakup with this pile here that has happened. And then what action are they going to take? King of Coins. Okay, what's going to be happening with the King of Coins here? Cards are falling out very strangely. Sun in reverse. You're going to be continuing to have this energy of wanting to hold on to what it is that you lost. I think you're still going to be healing from what happened between you and the person, either from April to June or now. It depends on how you resonate with the reading. Yeah, you might just be really clinging to this idea of being with them, just clinging to this person, even though you know they're not really healthy for you. There's something that you just can't move on from and let go of. And maybe they shut you out, maybe you shut them out, but regardless, you're in this transitory energy. I don't know if this is you or if this is them. I think this might more so relate to you than it does to them. But you have the Page of Cups transitioning to the Knight of Cups. So the Page of Cups is someone that's very dreamy, and they are the artist, the poet, the romantic. They want to create. And I think you might be allowing yourself to feel more about during your love life from July to September. And you might find new love, or you might just have new feelings in general that start to bubble up during this time. And it's not something that you're used to, is what I'm hearing. It's innocent and vulnerable, and it might make you feel a little bit shy or introverted, but you're really exploring your emotions during this period and allowing yourself to grow when it comes to love. You might have a crush on someone during this time, but still be wondering whether or not they're going to live up to the person that you saw previously. You might be going on a lot of dates or having a lot of tender moments with this person, or telling them that you love them for the first time. But you're going to be feeling a lot of different emotions during the month of July to September. And there's a lot of expression when it comes to the Page of Cups that you might put down onto the page. So these complicated feelings you might again just feel like you have to create and you have to pour it into your work, but you're definitely maturing when it comes to love during this period of time because you also have the Knight of Cups, and the Knight of Cups is the next step up from the Page of Cups. You're pulled towards someone. You're pulled towards something, and they're very magnetizing to you. I feel like you might get asked on more dates, and you might be receiving more invitations from this person and you're really interested in them, but there's some strange sense of loyalty I get that you feel towards the previous person. And that might change and allow you to move and grow from them, but you still feel like you have to cling to this person. You might be getting out of that though. I feel like this person that's inviting you on all these dates, you definitely have new feelings for, and it might make you really nervous because you're like, well, I still have feelings for this other person. So is it okay for me to experience love? Is it okay for me to move in that way? But you're accepting more invitations and you're still allowing yourself to feel what you need to feel. I feel like I'm just repeating myself. If you are in a committed relationship, you might still be with this person that you're in a committed relationship with, and it might just be moving towards the next phase of that relationship where maybe you guys are making things more official. Could be an engagement, could be getting actually putting a label on the relationship, but you're moving from this crush period to now this official period, like where you have more of a label and the relationship matures to the next level wherever you are right now. You know, if you are married, it could be that maybe you guys are having kids, maybe you're getting a dog, maybe you are spicing things up in your marriage. But there's a lot of positivity when it comes to your love life in spite of this stingy energy. And I feel like the stinginess, quote unquote, maybe you're in a long distance relationship with someone and you end up moving out to them. You do have the bird here, which makes me think of travel. But you're I get the sense for those of you that are in a relationship, you're just loyal to this person that you're talking to, and you don't feel like going out and being with anyone else. You might feel more solid during this month when it comes to your relationship. You have faith. So I do get this. This might be a long distance pile as well. This doesn't have to be someone that's going through a breakup. I think you're going to learn just how much your fears prevent you from moving forward in your life. And holding on to pain really isn't going to serve you during this month. It's only going to worsen the situation. And you might have some tunnel vision during this period of time about the situation, not realizing that there's a lot of miracles happening all around you if you've gotten out of a bad relationship, and that you need to move forward from your fears and you need to overcome a lot of the fears that you have about romance and dating and committing to people. This could even apply in a romantic relationship. Maybe there's a certain fear of expressing your needs or communicating something to this person, but there's a need to have faith in yourself during this time and to realize that you are deserving of love, you are deserving of miracles, and you don't have to defeat yourself. You don't have to allow your fears to win. And some of you, again, if you've gotten out of a breakup, you might be really missing this person during this time and wishing that you could really speak to them. If you're long distance too, or your person is just generally a busy person, this might relate to you of, I just had something really good happen to me, but I feel disconnected from you in some way. That again just might be fear of like, maybe you're doubting yourself of I shouldn't be talking to you about this. I don't feel like I can talk to you about this. I don't feel like I can come to you about this because you might have a different reaction. When I think this person, that fear of not sharing something with them, that fear of not opening yourself up to them is just self inflicted. It's created by your mind and your ego to protect yourself when this person might love to hear your good news and would really appreciate you opening up to them in that way. So that's the lesson that you're going to learn. I think that you're greater than your fears, and it's going to be related to good news that you receive and related to, I think, communicating in some way to the person that you're thinking about or the person that you meet during this time. You have the King of Coins, the action that you're going to be taking, and the Sun in reverse. I think the King of Coins is going to relate to you more so than the other person, but I would take again how this resonates. The King of Coins is someone that has achieved so much wealth and stability and security that they allow that to trickle throughout their kingdom, is what I'm hearing. And they are practical and sensible. They see things to the end. They're committed. They're gentle and loving and devoted to other people. And they're someone that others around them love to work with because they're very knowledgeable and informed. And they're an excellent partner because they're not flaky at all. They're methodical and they're loyal, and they will show up and they say that they will show up. They're committed. They don't waste anyone's time and they don't just choose anyone. They're very selective about the partner that they choose to be within their life. Extra confirmation. Oh, they're also very giving. I forgot to mention that with materials. They are very generous, so they might have gift giving as a love language and show up with that during this time, but they want to build the life with their partner. They're not, again, someone that wants a situationship, someone that wants like a a labelless relationship. They take their love life very seriously and they take their partner very seriously. So if that doesn't relate to you, it's probably related to the person that you are seeing during this time. And what's happening with them, the action that they're taking is they're going to see the joy in life in spite of how damp it is. They're going to celebrate in spite of the clouds being in the way or something raining or something feeling like it's missing. So there's not, again, much action in the 3D, but I think it's more action when it comes to mental state and emotions. They're going to feel positive in spite of the bad news that is happening to them. They're going to choose to see the light even if there's darkness around them. And success might be a little late for them when it comes to dating, but that doesn't mean that it's never going to come. And I think they realize that and they're going to continue to wait out for the perfect person, wait out for the good moments, and not give up simply because they're going through a hard time. So that's a beautiful message coming through for you or this person as well. So let's go ahead and ask a question that you have about your love life, yes or no. And we will get into that here. Spirit, can you provide me with an answer to Pao 1's question, please? Be assertive. So they don't seem to, the universe doesn't seem to really want to be giving you a clear yes or no. But I think it's important for whatever question that you asked about to express what it is that you want and be forward with what it is that you want when it comes to your love life. Okay. To end off the love reading, what's going to be happening for pile 1 towards the end of 2025, the last 3 months of 2025, what's going to be happening for pile 1? Beautiful. Ace of Cups. Can we clarify the Ace of Cups? Beautiful. What lesson is pile 1 going to be learning the last 3 months of 2025? Guilt, completion, all right. What are they going to say about their love life the last 3 months of 2025? There's multiple that came out, some of which just mimic what we talked about earlier. And what action are they going to take towards the end of 2025 with their love life? What action are they going to take? The Magician. All right. Can we clarify the Magician, please? We love to see it. Very positive ending to your year. You're definitely going to be having a lot of mixed emotions. We're going to start with just not necessarily the negatives here. I feel called to look at the chakra cards first, though. It was guilt and completion. Yeah, there's still a lot of positivity here. So you are receiving a new offer when it comes to your love life. So if you're currently in a relationship, that feeling of satisfaction is going to return to you, and you're going to feel butterflies and inspired by your current relationship, and you're going to fall head over heels with the person that you're with right now. You're going to feel very open and like there's so much positivity coming for you. I almost want to cry. Like it seems like you're really satisfied with the way that your love life has grown and the person that you're with. If you're single, this is going to be the period of time where I think you're going to fall in love with this new person that's entering into your life. And you're really going to feel the beauty and the magic of being with them. There's a lot of celebration. So some of you might, if this isn't what you want, that's totally fine. Some of you might be pregnant during this time or have a kid during this time from October to December, or you might be celebrating a lot or going out with this person a lot and just celebrating being with this person. But there's so much positivity at the end of the year coming for you, pile 1, which really helps negate all the negativity that we saw earlier. And this person, I think, is going to make you stronger, or this relationship is going to make you stronger with the guilt card. You're going to take care of yourself and you're not going to feel regretful of that. You're going to put your own needs first and realize where you've been allowing other people to maybe step over you, take advantage of you. And this is going to be the time where you set your foot down and you say, enough is enough. I'm not doing this anymore. And I think this might be related to the person that brought you so much pain at the beginning of the year. There's a sense of completion with them where you might feel a little bit guilty about ending the relationship and might feel a bit confused about your healing coming to an end. You might feel a little guilty moving on with someone else at this point, but the universe is really saying that you don't have to feel guilty. You don't have to put the needs of this person before your own. You can enjoy fulfillment. You can enjoy achievement in your life when it comes to love, because you are very loved from what I can see from this card. You're going to learn that I think you're going to come to terms with the truth. That's the lesson that you're going to learn, that they might have crushed you, but you have to put yourself first in this case. And you don't have to honor something that doesn't serve you. You don't have to, just because, you had feelings, just because it was hard for you to let them go, just because they came closer to you than anybody else, it doesn't mean that you have to stick by that old person's side. You can put things to an end and you can enjoy something new with someone else, basically. I don't know if you came any closer than anyone is going to refer to this new person. Maybe you just have more chemistry with them and feel more close to them after a short period of time, but there's a lot of attraction to this new person. I am so attracted to you, or the person that you're seeing right now. And that's beautiful. The action that you're going to take towards your love life is the magician. I think you're really going to be manifesting your soulmate during this period, or a connection that feels like a soulmate connection. And you're going to be manifesting a lot of magic and love and romance, and it's going to be very positive for you. So if you're in an existing relationship, I think the spark is going to return or feel even stronger than it was. And you're going to feel very confident in your relationship. You're going to feel like this person was dropped out of the sky into your lap, is what I'm hearing. And there's a lot of hope as well with the star card here. They're going to guide you. You're going to be guided to major decisions. I think you might make major decisions during this time frame, and you're going to feel very hopeful about your love life and hopeful about where you're headed when it comes to love. So that is your love reading for 2025. It's a beautiful way to end it. We're going to look into some advice for you when it comes to your love life for the year of 2025. And then we shall hop into your career reading if you're interested in staying. If you're not and you would like to drop off after the love reading, that's totally fine. But we are going to pull some Moonology cards here. Oh, Scorpio wanted to jump out, which is interesting because I have had Scorpio on my mind for some reason during these readings. So I don't know if you're a Scorpio, the person that you're seeing is a Scorpio. Earth placements have been relevant as well. All right. What is some advice for Pile 1's love life? New moon in Leo, confidence is your key to success. Can definitely agree with that. So August is going to be really important to your love life in 2025. You've turned someone's head is the additional meaning. It's time for you to show the world what you've got. Spoil yourself, you've earned it. This card heralds the start of a new cycle for you when you're going to look and feel more gorgeous, more in the spotlight, more like you have something worth showing off. If you want someone's attention, this card says it's coming. However, this may not happen all by itself. You have to be willing to do your bit. That means being proud of who you are and what you have to offer. Think of yourself as the king or queen of the jungle and carry yourself accordingly. This card is also a great omen if you're asking about a creative project you're working on. Alternatively, it can herald good news or a new start for your children. So, August, I think, is going to be the time when you're going to regain a lot of your confidence. And if you've been having someone romantically on your mind where you're like, hey, I feel, if you're in a relationship, you're like, hey, I need more of your attention. Or if there's a crush that you had, because that crush card did appear during those months, you might need to be proud of who you are and not hide that version of yourself to get their attention. Or you might be the one giving them the offer. You might be the one that has to step forward and tell them, hey, I'm interested in you. I want to go out with you. Will you accept this proposal? But there's good news and a new start for you in your love life when it comes to Leo season. So that's late July, early August. And that's beautiful. I love that for you, Pile 1. So we will go ahead and get into your career reading. If you would like to stay, if you'd like to drop off, that's totally acceptable. I understand that. Thank you for watching Pile 1, and we shall get into your career side of the reading. Welcome back, Pile 1. So we're going to look into what your career looks like for the next 3 months of 2025, from April to June. What is Pile 1's career? What's going to happen for Pile 1's career from April? That's a lot of cards. 9 of Swords, 8 of Coins, Strength in reverse. And the Page of Swords. Okay. What lesson is Pawan going to learn about their career from April of 2025 to June of 2025? What lesson is Pawan going to learn? Destiny. And then what action is Pawan going to take towards their career from April of 2025 to June of 2025? What action is Pawan going to take? Ace of Wands in reverse. And why are they going to take the Ace of Wands reversed? The Knight of Cups. Okay. There's a lot that's going to be happening in your career from April to, let me make sure that this is in frame and centered. Yeah, there's a lot that's going to be happening for you from April to June of your career. You have the Nine of Swords upright. And in this photo, people are horrified. They're just looking up at this mother's holding her child, and this guy is sobbing for whatever reason. But I think that some of you, I get the sense that this is, you're a daughter, and your parents might not understand your career or might fear your career for whatever reason. But I see these two, and the man is sobbing, and the woman is looking up at, she's looking up at this younger looking woman while she's clutching her baby to her chest, and the baby's sleeping peacefully. So I think that maybe you're doing something that your parents don't wish you to do as a career, and that might be causing some fear from other people, or you might be breaking the mold of what people expect you to be doing with your career just based on the way that the card even looks. It's not really the traditional meaning of the Nine of Swords, but for some of you, it seemed to be coming through. And you are going to be stressed with your job from April to June of 2025. You're going to be worried about your workload, your security, and your stability during this time. And you might be agonizing over a specific situation that you have to make within your workplace that's not necessarily within your control. There's a lot of questions about your future as well that might keep you up late at night, might give you anxiety. It might be difficult for you to separate your work from your life during this period of time. And we also have the Eight of Coins, and she's clutching onto her pentacles and crying about something. So you might be very emotional during this time. I also noticed the geese flying up and away, and she's stepping on thorns. She's stepping on, her feet are bloody. I don't know if you can see the card specifically, but your wealth and your career might be a bit harmful for you during this month. And we did receive the workaholic card for your love life. So you might be just overworking yourself and stressing yourself out at this point by focusing too much on your career. But you're invested within the quality of your work. You are not going to back down from whatever challenges that you face during this time, and you're going to do whatever it takes to build something substantial. You might be more focused on the details of the work, and I'm getting a perfectionist vibe almost of, this has to be perfect. This has to this has to blow people away. I have to pour my blood, sweat, and tears into my work to feel like this is for me and that I'm being successful with this. You're really focused on and doing a great job, but I think that this perfectionist tendency within you might really be making you anxious and might be taking too much of a strain upon you. You have the Page of Swords here as well. So, career wise, you're fairly young or you're fairly new to your career for most of you here. And you're definitely doing your research. It could be a new project that's coming up as well. You don't if you're not new to your career, but you're trying to do your research, you're trying to negotiate. There's a need to be truthful and communicative with the element of air here. And this card, she always reminds me of Moana standing at the end of the cliff, and I don't know why I'm thinking of Elphaba and the song of Defying Gravity, where she hits that note from that Target commercial. But you're entering a new phase of your career, and you're I feel like you're going to be communicating a lot, and it's going to be a skill that's kind of awkward and new for you at first. That you're doing a lot of research on the project that you're doing, and might feel kind of anxious from being new, but you're definitely putting in really good quality. I think you might be trying to also, with the strength card in reverse, force something with your career to happen and to work due to these perfectionist tendencies. So there might be a need to not be as forceful and allow things to progress and flow as they need to progress and flow. You're not trusting that something is going to unfold. I feel like you think that you might have to put in a lot more work than necessary to get your career off the ground, or you might be struggling to step into your own power during this time because you struggle to make these choices and you don't like the way that these choices make you feel, and you're agonizing over the decisions that you have to make. Because I think you might be in charge of certain people with the 8 of Coins. Doesn't have to be, but for some of you, you might. And you might think, I want someone else to make these decisions for me. I don't want to be in this position of power anymore. I don't want to be doing this, and that. And that might cause you to feel guilty or weak in your current position. But you're definitely doing really well. I get the sense that you might be a bit harder on yourself than you need to be when it comes to your career. But people, I'm hearing, really admire you and really like the work that you put in, and they're rooting for you. You might be stepping from a position of being a subject and then going into a managerial position for some of you, I'm hearing. But destiny, so a lesson that you're going to learn during this time. This card is saying to take a risk. So I think you're going to realize what pays off and what risks don't pay off for you. But there's a need to move your life in the direction that you would like it to go and to shape your destiny to the way that you would love to shape your destiny. It's to take a stand into what you believe in. And if something doesn't really feel right to you, but you want it for yourself, I don't know if that's necessarily the message, but this talks about like love, and two people from their past lives were not meant to be together, and they appeal to the council of spirits, and the spirits turn down their request to be together, but then a servant appears and grants their wish, and they can become lovers. So it's almost like you have the opportunity to shape what you want. You don't have to wait on the universe to tell you what you need to accomplish within your career. You already know what's best. You already know the action that you need to take. So you might as well take that leap and take that risk to seize your destiny. That's going to be a lesson that you're learning from April to June. The action that you're going to take is the Ace of Wands in reverse. If you're stepping into a new position, I think you might become burnt out from putting all of this work into your career and all this love into your career. And that might cause you to feel as though your passion has fizzled out for this career and that you've lost your mojo and you're not as attracted to your career as you once was. And it might be frustrating because you were so excited for this new project or this new career or this new venture in your career, and suddenly it's overnight just not there anymore. And it feels like all the promises that you might have been made about this position, all the promises that you thought were going to happen to you for some reason fell through. And I don't know if this is a temporary thing, but it's being caused by the Knight of Cups. So I think that there's a part of you that might become burnt out because you're not having fun and you're too focused on your career during this time. Because the Knight of Pentacles can enjoy like partying and social events and taking beautiful vacations and using their intuition and dreaming of what's possible and pursuing projects that might seem a bit difficult for other people to handle, but you know in your heart you're able to fulfill it. So it could be that maybe you're getting turned down and people don't trust your ability yet to take charge of a project or to take charge of your career. So that's why your passion might fizzle out, because you might feel like people are squashing your hopes in your career or squashing your dreams or your career. Or you might just need more time to go out and to socialize and to party and just enjoy life instead of focusing solely on your work for these first few months. So we'll go ahead and we'll ask a yes or no question about your career. Well, I'd say ask whatever question that you would like about your career, and we will go ahead and we will answer that similar to the love readings. The answer to your question is no. Whatever question that you asked about your career is a no. Okay. Let's look into July to September. What's going to be happening from July to September? Death. What is dying, first of all? What are they putting an end to? This doesn't necessarily have to be a new career. What are they putting an end to? Okay. And what are they moving towards? What lesson are they going to be learning about their career from July to September? Nothing? This is going to be a slow moving. These are going to be slow moving months for you based on how long this is taking to shuffle. And by the way, I often cut out very long shuffles because I personally don't like, there we go, sitting and waiting in readings to see what that is. So I will always tell you in hindsight how long it took to take to shuffle. And then what action is Pal 1 going to be taking towards their career in these months? 7 of Wands. Perfect. Okay. So again, a lot is happening for you in your career, but it seems to be slowing a bit down. So maybe these first few months have just been like you trying to catch your breath and you running so fast that it's hard for you to just even take a moment to yourself, and then eventually you'll slow down and have a realization, because you have the death card here, and your career is going to definitely be transforming. I don't know if you are going to leave your job for some reason for a new job because you're just so burnt out from everything and you don't feel as passionate about it as we saw before. If you're going to move to another department, if you're going to quit working overall, there's something that's going to change and something that's going to come to an end. And what's coming to an end is the Page of Wands in reverse. So this is actually pretty solid and beautiful energy of putting this to an end. You're not going to be reckless or impulsive about your career. You will stop taking risks for the sake of taking risks. And I think you will start to understand how to calculate risks more, how to put yourself out there, for instance, in a way that is more appealing to other people. And you're definitely going to mature during this point in time. You're going to be someone that's more reliable. You're going to see your project until the end. Your passion is not going to fizzle out as much, or you're not going to abandon projects, which is beautiful. I think that this disappointment and frustration is going to end. And the reason it's going to end is the Judgment card and the Five of Coins card. With the Judgment card here, the truth is going to definitely bubble to the surface. And the Judgment card can talk often about leaving one phase of your life and entering into another. I don't know if this change in your career is going to be mental and emotional, where you just have this realization that dawns upon you and that helps you work better at your job, or if this phase is talking about moving to another position, another department. Again, there's something major that is going to be changing in your career from July to September. And you're going to feel completely reborn. You're going to feel the consequences of your actions catching up, whether that's good or bad. For instance, if you've been calling off of work, if you haven't been putting in as much effort, if you've been abandoning all these projects and not putting yourself out there as much, you might receive the unfortunate reality of being left out in the cold with the Five of Coins or the Five of Pentacles. But if you've been working really hard during this period of time, I feel like you're definitely going to feel rewarded by that and recognize the truth of what it feels like to put in the effort. But it's going to be very eye-opening and life-changing, and it's going to affect how you decide to move forward within your career. It's almost like the rug has been ripped out from underneath you and you've realized I've got to lock in, or you've realized maybe I need to take a step back and assess things better. But there's a maturity and perspective during this month that the universe is bringing into your life. I think for some of you, you might be leaving your job because it just doesn't pay you enough to put up with the bullshit I'm hearing. For those of you that don't like your job, you might feel like you've been kind of left in the cold to fend for yourself. Maybe you've been fired. Maybe you're struggling to find a job if you're unemployed. But for whatever reason, there's something about finances here. I just think it's not paying you enough to live and to sustain yourself. That, or you might feel left in the cold about projects, left out about, maybe they default to a certain colleague that you have of yours instead of going to you, and you feel really hurt by that or abandoned by that. There's some feeling of either I have to prove myself and I have to take more calculated risks, I have to mature, I have to answer the call of judgment, or else I'm going to be left out here in this cold. I have to ask for help or advice on my career. Or there's, I've been left in the cold. I've faced all of this. I've seen the truth of the matter of where this is headed. I'm going to leave my job. There's one of two energies here. you have the perception card. So the lesson that you're going to be learning during these middle few months is to tend to matters in your life that are important to you. Your heart is going to transform and you're going to have a change in your perception about what you love and what you appreciate and what needs tending in your life, like what takes priority almost. I don't know if this is within your career. Maybe it's that you've been career driven for so long that you decide that you're going to look into your love life a little bit more and stop working as much or start enjoying the little joys of life. But you're gonna tend to the things that are important to you and realize just what is important to you during these few months. And I think that's because you went through all of this energy here of changing and purging what doesn't work for you and focusing more on what does and what your strengths are and what your advantages are during this month. And the action you're going to take, you are in your 7 of Wands energy. So you're not going to really back down for anything. You're definitely going to lock in here with your job, and you are determined to succeed. You are determined to prove yourself. And you might be negotiating a lot during this month of putting yourself out there and saying, this is what I have to take to succeed. For instance, if you've been looking for a job for months, you might learn how to advocate for yourself in your career, learn how to speak about your resume or your job and say, I accomplished this. This is why I'm the perfect candidate. This is why I'm great for you. And you're not giving up regardless of whether or not you're rejected. You're going to continue fighting to succeed. And a lot of people are going to start to believe in you and your abilities, and people are going to admire the fact that you're not willing to go down without a fight because you're doing whatever it takes to overcome these challenges that you're facing within your career, which is pretty beautiful energy. So I feel like some of you just might have the rug, like a fire lit under your butt, and you're like, oh shit, I actually have to do this, I have to do that, this is what I have to do to succeed. But go ahead and think of a yes or no question related to your career, and we will answer that now. Spirit, can you please provide an answer for pile 1's question? Big happy changes to whatever question that you asked, Spirit. The last few months of 2025, my friend. What is going to be happening in the last 3 months of pile 1's career in 2025? What are the last 3 months that are going to be happening in their career? And I'm hearing Run Free in the Spirit soundtrack. So that's my lock-in song. When I'm at work, I listen to that song and it's inspiring. Okay, lots happening. I think the star wanted to be, okay, it wants to be reversed. 2 of Wands reversed. And the 10 of Coins in reverse. Okay. What lesson are we learning here? Because that seems to be a pretty... What lesson are we learning here at the end of these 3 months? Pile 1. What lesson is pile 1 learning at the end of these 3 months? Mysticism and forgiveness. I'm hearing Boat by Camila Cabello. Might be significant. What action are you going to be taking to towards your career. Pile 1. These endings. Lots of stuff is jumping out, but they're not. There we go. The 5 of Swords. All right. This is kind of heavy energy for you, pile 1. So I'm just going to warn you, heads up. I think in your career at this point in time, you might be lacking some hope in terms of how things are going to pan out with your career. And you might be in a position where it's important to look for inspiration or ask someone to clarify or to focus on healing and restoring yourself and almost asking for help. And a lot of this hopelessness stems from the fact that with the 2 of Wands in reverse, there's a loss of potential. And something that you thought you would be able to shape to your liking is not necessarily happening for you. So you might have a hard time getting others on board with visions that you have, or maybe you're feeling a little scared or shy about taking risks at this point in time. But you might be almost biting off more than you can chew at this point. I think your 7 of Wands energy might heighten, and you might be so willing to prove yourself and so willing to go the extra mile that you just overload yourself. And it just takes a while to get a project to get off the ground. And you might be thinking to yourself, oh my gosh, I don't feel like this is going to pan out for me. I don't think I'm going to make it. And it's a lot more difficult. You might want to give up, is what I'm seeing, because you might just feel like this whole entire thing is pointless and that I can't do it. I can't get this off the ground. I can't have this ability. I can't do this. And there's just a delay in success in what you were expecting and a delay in potential. The 10 of Coins in reverse, the realization from the past 3 months, so from July to September, I think you might realize that your success is not necessarily as important in your career as you thought that it was. The 10 of Coins can talk about something crumbling around you and something evaporating that you thought was permanent and lasting, and feeling unsafe and unsure about the security of your career. And there's a sense of loss as well, where maybe the wealth that you have accrued just feels very isolating from those around you, and the success that you've had is isolating because something has switched up randomly, and there's a struggle to move forward with the situation. So let's go into the lesson. Mystic and forgiveness. It's saying, do not respond until you are certain. The unknown is not easy, but it is no longer necessary to fear. You're going to have a lot of suspicions, and I think you're going to learn to trust your intuition still and to observe rather than respond to something immediately, because you might feel like there's something off about the situation or something off about your career. You also have forgiveness. There's something about not harboring resentment here. This may be a time of family healing. Can I forgive myself for loving people who hurt me? So I don't know if people in your family expect you to be the breadwinner, and if people depend on you to take care of them, or that's the expectation of your family, that the amount of wealth that you accrue is supposed to take care of them. But there's something about wealth and family happening here, to not hold resentment and to heal yourself from the people who have hurt you in the past. And you don't have to forgive someone and keep them in your life, by the way. That's not the type of forgiveness that I'm going to preach, because I've gone through experiences in my life where I haven't forgiven people, or well, I've forgiven people, but I haven't allowed them to enter into my life because they continue to hurt me over and over and over again. And I think that that's the case here where you can forgive your family situation, or you can forgive the situation that has happened. You can even forgive yourself too. This could also talk about that. But forgive that you don't know what's going to happen. Forgive that you don't know the long term. And I think everything will be okay. But it's important, I think, to not hold resentment. And you might realize that if I continue to harbor these feelings inside of me, it's not going to end up well for me. So I might as well just let it go and not focus on my pain. I need to focus on what I want, and I need to focus on what I want to bring into the world. The action that you're taking is represented by the Five of Swords, which is pretty interesting because the Five of Swords can talk about winning at a cost. Somebody might be working against you at this point in time. I get the feeling that they might be jealous for whatever reason, and people are going to be butting heads a lot at your career rather than seeing other people's perspectives. And there's a lot of ego that's going to be happening at this time. You might be gossiping about people in your workplace, or they might be gossiping about you. You might just be butting heads with people because you're hurt about the situation and you don't really know how to take it. But there's minimal progress again, and bonds might be broken or strained as a result of how other people behave. But I think there's definitely going to be a test at this point of, is this worth the battle? Is this worth the fight? Am I going to win at a cost? And I think you might try to win at a cost, but let's actually clarify the Five of Swords. Can you please clarify the Five of Swords here? There might be this need to, yeah, there's a need to win here. There's a need to prove that you're right. And maybe you are right, but I think this is going to cause more of a strain than you expected on your career. Because with the Hierophant, that can talk about someone breaking free from tradition, someone straying away from wisdom and rules and regulations in the workplace. So you might try to get even with people and go against the rules and break the rules. And you'll definitely, I don't think you're wrong, but that might cause something that you didn't expect to happen, and it might have consequences that you might regret later on, that you might have to forgive yourself for later on. So I would be careful at the ending few months, and again, not allow the unknown to scare you, or not try not to be so try to be humble. I think during this month is important. If something comes up that really ignites your ego and frustrates you and makes you really angry, I think it's important to not think of things in terms of how can I win this situation, but to think of things as what are the consequences of these actions and is this worth the battle? Sometimes it's easier to just take a breath and walk away from the situation than it is to fight it. Sometimes fighting it is just going to make it worse. And it sucks because it means that you have to bruise your own ego. It means that you have to sometimes take the L or take the fall for other people and their bullshit. But at the end of the day, it's better, I think, to continue to save yourself and to not kill your own personal identity, kill your values, kill who you are to win. It's better to just pack up all your bags type of deal, pack yourself into all these little bags and take them and walk. Even if people are saying horrible shit about you, you know, because what's going to happen? I think of the Five of Swords as the rumor card sometimes of, say, your boss wants to do something that you know is going to lead to the company's downfall and they're stubborn about it. They don't want to listen to you. They make fun of you a lot during these meetings, and it really hurts your ego because you know you're right. You could go to their management behind their back, show their management the facts, and get your boss fired, you know, something like that, where you get those upper management to see your perspective on things, but that might lead to like countless nights of research, countless nights of being up, countless nights of overtime that you don't get paid for just to prove your perspective. And is that worth it? Probably not. That's kind of a Five of Swords moment that's coming to mind. Not saying that that's going to happen for you, but I think there's going to be a question of, is it worth proving your point, or is it better to back down and to allow yourself to become defeated? Because if you sit back and, you know, your boss's decision ends up working out fine, then or your boss's decision just like ends up blowing up in his face, and then people realize that you're right, they might listen to you more instead of going behind your boss's back and then having all that happen of your boss being like, oh, she did this, she did that, something like that. So that is your career reading for 2025. Sorry it ended on a sour note. We will get into some advice on how to handle your situation, and then we will be off. Thank you for getting this far, pile one. It's been real. All right, some advice for pile one and their career. Oh, that's the void of course moon. She shows up a lot for me. A lot of purple here. So Aquarius season, oh, that's January to February. That's already passed. I was going to say Aquarius season is really important for you, but we're not in Aquarius anymore. We're not in Aquarius season. She's passed. We're in Pisces season now. Okay, full moon in Aquarius. First of all, a situation that you have on your mind, it says nothing will come of this situation. So there's going to be a situation that pops up where either you're going to be incredibly hopeful that it's going to work out and you're disappointed because nothing happens with the situation, or you're so anxious about something happening that you try to prepare for it and it turns out nothing is going to happen. But the attuned to the moon statement is trust. I trust in my highest good. So trust that whatever is removed from your life was supposed to be removed from your life, and what was meant to stay in your life will stay in your life. Believe that you will get what you want and that the universe has your back is essentially what this card is saying. Because something better might be around the corner for you. So emotions are running high for the supermoon. This card suggests that the answer to whatever you're asking is right large, like the silvery full moon set against the velvety night sky. If you're wondering how successful something is going to be, such as a job or a relationship, the answer is very. To use common parlance, the answer to your question may well be that it's right under your nose. This card is about being larger than life, being special, and bursting with energy that you can tune into and work with. You can expect plenty of good things and a positive outcome when this card comes up, but you may find there's a lot of emotion to deal with too. There's also a sense that the opportunities around whatever you're asking about don't come along every day, so take action. Yeah, so something exciting is happening to you that's going to make you feel maybe a little bit complicated when it comes to your emotions. But the advice is to don't ignore the obvious. Make sure you don't blow events out of proportion and ask for assistance. Yeah, there's a need to detach a little from whatever situation you're asking about. It's important for you to allow life to unfold and progress. Yeah, that's good advice because we had the Strength in Reverse card. Even if change seems a little like a frightening prospect. If you've been holding yourself back from showing the world the real you, this card reminds you that your unique characteristics are what make you special. In a relationship, are you being too aloof or detached? Go ahead and be yourself in whatever is coming up for you. Don't lose the beauty and romance of life. You're too much in your head. Get into your heart. A friend needs you. Be there for them. A situation is going to take a very unexpected turn. Yeah, there's definitely something that's going to be coming up that is going to be, I think, very transformative and changing for you, especially towards the middle of the month. Thank you for tuning in today, Pile 1. I hope you received the answers that you were looking for. If you resonated with this or would like to claim some of this energy, please hit the like button, share, and subscribe. And I hope to see you in another reading. Bye! Hello, Pile 2, and welcome to your reading today. To give you a rundown, if you didn't watch the introduction, essentially what we're going to be doing is we're going to look at your love life and your career over the course of 2025. Since this reading is a bit later than other people's uploads, we're only going to look from April to June, July to September, and then October to December. So we'll be looking at your love life and your career in increments. And depending on what we see with your love life and your career, we will go into further clarification as to what is happening for you during this time. But to ensure that this is your pile, we are going to take a look at what's happening with your situation right now. So you received the Three of Wands in reverse, clarified by the High Priestess, and in reverse, and the Strength card here. So it seems like what's happening with your love life, not your love life, sorry. Oh my goodness. I'm a little slow today because it was a very chaotic weekend for me, so I apologize if I'm going to be stumbling over my words. But what's happening right now is you're waiting for something, and I don't think you're very hopeful about the results that you are waiting for. So there was something new in your life that was happening or that you were waiting for, and you're disappointed and frustrated because you initially thought that this was a sure thing to happen for you. But now there's a lot of blockages and delays in something that you're incredibly passionate about. Either someone is not pulling their work when it comes to this Three of Wands energy, or there's a lot more effort required to have these results come in for you than you were initially expecting. You might be experiencing some excitement that's dying down or some attraction that's fading at the moment. But right now, you're at this crossroads of, do I continue to pursue this or do I look elsewhere? And Spirit has not been very specific when it comes to what this is about because it pulled the High Priestess in reverse. Your intuition may be blocked during this time as to why this is happening, or you might be at a state where you are in disagreement with yourself. It depends on how you feel about this Three of Wands situation that I'm talking about. But the High Priestess in reverse, you've been almost trying to neglect your intuition. Your intuition knows what's happening for you. Your intuition understands the situation and is correct about the situation. But there's this element of, well, I can still make it happen. I can still make it work. That seems to be coming through here with the High Priestess in reverse. Or I have to leave this situation could be the other thing. It could be one or the other, where maybe some of you know that you have to leave and know that it's not good for you and know how it's going to end, but you can't yet. And you're trying to ignore that part of you that's telling you to leave. Or others are thinking about directing their attention elsewhere when their intuition is telling them, hey, no, you have to stay in this situation. You have to keep doing this thing. But you're neglecting your own feelings in the Three of Wands situation. Why the Three of Wands is happening, this seems like it was divinely supposed to happen, like this frustration and this lack of follow through, because the Strength card talks about not forcing something to happen and allowing things to progress naturally. So I think you've been doing your part as to why the Three of Wands is in reverse. You've definitely been doing everything correctly. I don't think that this is on you. You've been gentle and respectful and patient and courageous, and you've been confronting whatever it is that you've been facing head on and communicating your goals and intentions clearly. I just think that this wasn't meant to happen for you with the High Priestess in reverse and this Three of Wands in reverse, which is interesting. I think this is a case of the universe almost redirecting you. Let's ask what the universe wants you to do. What does the universe want you to do with this situation? What is your intuition telling you? Because your intuition seems to be telling the truth. It's very slow, so I think this realization might happen over time. There we go. The World in reverse and the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. Why is the World card in reverse here? Okay, and why is the Ten of Pentacles in reverse here? I feel like this reading is mostly for people who are wondering, should I stay or should I go, about it doesn't have to be a partner. It could be a partner, it could be a job, but you might have been left high and dry with this situation. And it it's been so frustrating waiting for things to happen for you that you are almost in this space of, I've done everything that I can and I want to leave the situation. I want to go. And the universe right now is saying not yet, because you're not ready to move into that next phase yet. I think there might be something left that you have to learn, but whatever it is that you're waiting for is going to happen really quickly. It's going to come in and almost leave your head spinning. So I think that it's just a dry period right now. And then when you stay in this situation and continue to do what it is that you're doing, continue to allow things to naturally progress, you're going to have something just like fly in that's going to require almost a really quick yes or no answer from you. And things are going to become high energy, or you might almost have a new beginning in what it is that you're asking about. So if this is like a relationship, I think if you're having trouble with someone right now with your love life, things might really quickly change and progress to the next level. Or if you're in a career, it might be that you hate your current job and you just can't stand it anymore. But there might be a really quick promotion that happens where a job flies in and you're very thankful that you stayed at your company because you really like this new job that's coming in. It's going to happen really fast, and it's going to require you to basically grab a hold of it while you can. There is also the Ace of Swords in reverse, of encouragement to almost stay in this situation, because there's a truth that seems to be ignored here, especially again with the High Priestess in reverse. You might be your own worst enemy when it comes to this situation of not really seeing things clearly. And I feel like there might be a fear of, I have to leave before I get hurt. I have to leave before someone hurts me again. I have to leave before this job hurts me again. I have to leave before this person hurts me again. I think that if you sit and you just wait a little bit longer in your situation, you're going to see that it might have just been your mind playing tricks on you, or you might have been a little bit unfair towards someone or something around you. Especially if this is a relationship and you've been having a lot of hard times with the person that you're seeing right now and wondering whether or not you should leave this relationship. I think Spirit's saying, okay, wait a minute, because I think that there needs to be some sort of truth to come through first before you make your decision. I feel like this is very dependent on what happens and what seems to come in quickly. Once you have that situation that flies in for you and that changes everything, I think you'll have more information on how you would like to progress. But right now, I think Spirit's saying, wait a minute, wait before you fully decide on whether you should stay or you should go, because we're going to give you clarification here soon as to what you should be doing right now. You also have the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. Something is like crumbling around you, and that might be putting you in a really bad mental state. And I think the universe is almost telling you to let it crumble in a way. There's some sort of sense of loss here that is causing you to not necessarily see the good. I think you might be going through like a hard time right now, and that's why you might be more inclined to leave, because that might be a trauma response in a way of, hey, I have to protect myself. I have to make sure that whatever happens to me doesn't happen again. And it has something to do with your career or your money or your health. There's there's a struggle to move forward because something is unstable and something is almost evaporating. And Spirit, I think, is encouraging you to allow what that is to fall away almost, which is why maybe it's going to be hard to move on with the World card here and seek completion, because you might need this to fall away. And it's telling you to allow, essentially, it's allow something to crumble with your career or with your finances almost. Like if there's a bad investment that you've been thinking about leaving for a while, I think that for some of you this might be an encouragement to allow that to yeah, it's like allow that to crumble. Allow it to show you what you need to see, because there's a new opportunity coming through with the Ace of Cups here that you're going to be very happy and satisfied about. So if this is a relationship and there's something, I feel like, if there's like, I'm trying to think of a good example, like a friendship, for instance, that you've had for a while, but this person is toxic. It's almost like allow that person to crumble, allow that relationship to naturally progress and take its course, because maybe there's like a new friend that's going to be coming through. Or it could even be allow this department to crumble, allow this department to fall through, because you're going to be moving on to a new promotion or a new job that you're going to love, and that's going to make you feel so much emotion. So I think you're going to be okay. You're going to come out of it unscathed. I think it's a matter of like making sure that you're not saying hurtful things at this time, because sometimes the best revenge is just delivered quietly. And when you don't react to things and when you allow things to naturally happen as you have been doing, you're going to come out of it looking a lot better than these other people have. And people are going to really, I think, I think you're going to have your peace when you just allow this to fall away instead of continuing to chase it. So it's kind of this energy of like, don't chase it. Don't put any more effort into it than you need to. Whatever situation you're asking about, the ball is not in your court right now, it's in someone else's court. So there's nothing you can really do. I feel like it's almost like hanged man energy without the hanged man being here. It's almost like whatever you do to the situation is not really your decision. It's not really your role to decide what happens here. It's someone else's. So if you're in a relationship right now with someone where you're considering leaving, I think the ball is in their court on whether they should show up or whether or not they shouldn't show up. And this Ace of Cups is saying if they don't show up for you and if they show you that they're not someone that you can count on and they don't meet your needs and this Eight of Wands never comes through, then there's someone else that's going to come up to you and is going to give you what you're looking for. Then you also have Sorry, I'm looking at these three fingers too. It reminds me of the Three of Wands almost. But if they decide to come through, because it is up to them, then you might have a new phase in your relationship where the butterflies return and the magic returns in this relationship, and your heart is going to open again and you're going to feel the same way that you felt towards the beginning of it. And if this is a job, it's like if that job falls through for you, you're going to have another opportunity that you're going to feel more passionate about and that you're going to feel more satisfied by. Or you're going to have a new phase in that job if, like, for instance, your boss has been giving you hell for like the past few weeks. There's some new beginning here that's going to happen as long as you continue what you're doing right now and continue to let things naturally progress, and you allow the person or the situation that's causing you pain to do what it needs to do. So if that doesn't resonate with you, then that's not your pile. But if it did, hello, welcome. All right, so interesting reading so far. Let's look at your love life in January. So, what's going to be happening for your love life in January of 2025? Lots of things are going to be happening in your love life. Two of Swords in reverse, the Fool in reverse, and the Three of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. Why is the Two of Swords in reverse here? Five of Cups. Why is the Fool in reverse here? Okay, the King of Swords. And then why is the Three of Pentacles in reverse here? Okay. What is a lesson that they're going to be learning? What are they, I guess we'll start. What are they going to be saying about their love life from April to June? You let me down. Okay, I can see that. What is a lesson that they're going to be learning in their love life from April to June? That one wanted to jump out. Gossip. Okay. We're going to set these aside for now. So there are obviously one of two camps here. There's the camp of you are someone who has been single from quite some time, or you have been in a relationship or situationship where things have not been moving and things have not been going forward during this month from April to June. Someone is not making a decision because there's a hard truth that almost needs to be acknowledged, but it's almost more comfortable to not express that truth. That, or you might be the type of person in your relationship where you are giving a lot to your partner and not taking the time that you need to be alone and to be independent. And that is what is causing that limbo energy to happen here and preventing you from moving forward. So I feel like for some of you, you might have been single for quite a long time because I think you might be the type of person where you don't really express, like, you have a crush on someone, but you don't want to express your feelings to that person. You don't want to, you're so caught up, I think, in I'm going to be disappointed by them, or they're going to tell me no, or I'm going to be sad about it. I'm going to feel heartbroken about it, that you can't really see the good of, well, if I do ask them out and things do go really well and they do reciprocate my feelings, what is this going to look like for me? And that's contributing to your indecision. And similarly, if you're in a relationship, you might be struggling to express yourself or tell the truth of how you feel towards this person, that because of those same feelings of they're just going to disappoint me again, or they're going to do what my ex did, where my ex didn't put in the work that I needed them to do. So it's better for me to stay quiet. But there is some positivity here, because with the 5 of cups, there's always cups that are still upright for you. There's always still some positivity left. It just might be difficult to see that due to trauma. And I'm not here to judge you for that. Like, I completely understand where you're coming from, because I've been in a similar situation before. But that might be why from April to June things might not really move forward for you, because it's difficult for you to get past that perspective of they're just going to disappoint me anyway. And everything's not lost. I think that that's the biggest encouragement. All is not lost by one setback or one challenge, because this isn't the 8 of cups. This isn't telling you to leave forever, but there's just this sense of loss with you, where you just don't want to express yourself because you're disappointed or sad. And maybe you just need to take the time to allow yourself to be disappointed and sad. I can see another case too with the 2 of swords being here, that you might you might be part of the camp that's almost the opposite side of this, where you're not really yourself in these relationships. You give a lot to your partner to almost avoid having to have that argument, instead of standing your ground and telling them how you feel, because you might be also afraid of them being disappointed. You might be afraid of them lashing out at you. Because we do have the Fool card here in reverse. You're scared to take a leap of faith because you don't have confidence that it's going to work out for you. So if you're single and you've been single for a while, I think you might be scared to put yourself back out there, because either you or someone else has been really harsh and manipulative towards you. You've experienced some coldness, or maybe you feel like you're too cold to fall in love. You're too cold to put yourself out there. You're too you're not almost like built for love. I feel like some of you might feel that way. But there's a need to do your research almost. And there's a need during this period from April to June to be careful and to not be reckless in your dating life and engage in some risky behavior with people. If you realize that you go for people that aren't necessarily good for you, and you love those intense but short burning relationships, this might be a sign for you to do more research into who is actually going to be a sustainable option for me. Who should I actually be with? Who's going to meet my needs? Because maybe that is what you need. Maybe that is a core need of yours, to have someone that has that level of intensity. And then there's for other people an encouragement of, if you know what you want, if you've done your research, then take that leap, take that bound. Don't allow that fear to prevent you from meeting the person that you would love to meet. So that's for singles. And I think why you have this fear is represented by the King of Swords in reverse. You either have met someone that was incredibly evil and cruel and manipulative and cold-hearted, and they might have tried to intimidate you to maintain their power over the relationship before, to prevent you from taking that leap. They might have said some things of like, you're not going to find someone like me out there. Or they might have said something toxic like, nobody's going to treat you the way that I've treated you, for the sake of continuing to keep you close and continuing to keep you in their orbit to continue to manipulate you. And that's really unfortunate. And I'm here to tell you that that person is an asshole, and I will come to their house and I will burn their fucking house down, because how fucking dare you say that to someone like that? And it's also not true, because you are allowed to be loved and to feel loved. You are allowed to feel safe with the person that you're with. You are allowed to be with someone that treats you the way that you deserve to be treated. And this person is not for you. Fuck them. Like, that's so toxic if you've been through that situation before. I feel like for some of you that are single too, there might be this fear to go out and to date, because you might feel that way about yourself, of like, I'm too cold and evil and cruel and people don't like me. Or you might have that like fear that some people have, where like imposter syndrome of, I'm just manipulating everyone around me and I don't feel comfortable taking that leap because I'm scared I'm just going to ruin it, or I'm scared I'm going to hurt people, or I'm scared I'm going to be seen as like cruel or evil. And again, that's not really the case. Like, you don't have to put yourself down in that way. I'm sure that these are just fears that you have and not actual truths, and it's your mind being cruel towards you, and your mind trying to I feel like your brain is trying to keep you safe if you've been through that inner monologue before, and trying to prevent you from taking the leap. But also spirit is encouraging you to do that, to not continue to stay in limbo if a relationship is what you want for yourself. For some of you that are in a relationship with the Fool in reverse, you might be hesitant to take that leap with the next person. So you might almost be refusing to move into that next stage of your relationship. Your partner might be ready to get married. Your partner might be ready to move in. Your partner might be ready to commit. And you might be really scared to take that leap. Almost Safety Net by Ariana Grande comes to mind, of you're afraid and you're scared, but you kind of want this deep down because you know that this person has your best interests. And that might also be, as I spoke about with the singles, where you might just be your own worst enemy during this time, lost in your head, really just being mean or cruel or rude or worried about worrying this other person. And it's like, you don't have to worry about that if you've done your, or worried they might be that way too. Because sometimes you can project that idea onto somebody of, they're going to hurt me in this way, so I have to protect myself, when that might not really be the case. And if you've done your research, if you've been with this person for an extended period of time, you know them very well, they don't project this King of Swords energy of being manipulative and cold and heartless, then take the leap. But if you don't know this person very well, I think it also might be an encouragement to allow yourself to stay in that limbo and get to know them a little bit better before you decide to jump into something. It depends on how long you've known the person that you're with right now. The Three of Cups in reverse. For some of you that are single, you might be going on dates with people where they are just not what they promised you that they were, and they're not putting in the same level of work that you are into this relationship. It could be the flip side, where you might not be feeling it, and you might not be giving your full self during dating. And again, I'm not here to judge you. No judgment. I totally get it. I've been in that position before. But someone is not pulling their work in the relationship, and these dates might be disappointing. There might be a need to find higher quality people almost as you're going on your dates, but you might experience some disappointment of, you feel like you're kind of carrying the bulk of the work and the other person hasn't. And I think the reason why this is happening is because you're a bad bitch. Just gonna say it. You're the hermit. You know yourself very well. You know what you want or don't want. You know how to invest in your dating life and people that come to you. You are capable of being independent. You are capable of looking for the answers within yourself. And you might be doing a little bit of soul searching, but I think that that has really been your friend during dating, because you know what you want and you know when not to invest. And if someone is being sloppy, I think you'll be able to tell. But if somebody is high quality, I think you'll also be able to tell. I just get this image of someone going on dates and they they're, you know, they show up and they're like glammed up and they've done their proper hygiene, they look fantastic, they've gotten their hair done, they've done all these things to show that they're a high quality person. They're bringing so much to the table, and then the other person comes in and they, you know, everyone has something going on, but this other person might not have put in any effort into their outfit, didn't consider how attractive that they looked at the time, didn't, you know, weren't thinking about it in the same way that you were, are just kind of there in almost like a wishy-washy way. And you might be able to clock it and be like, is that what I really want for myself? Like, have all these questions of, is this how I want my partner to be? Does this feel right to me? You might like leave the day and think on it and ponder on it by yourself. Or you might feel like you might be better by yourself and might be able to carry the weight, which you are capable of it, by the way. But that's what I'm getting for singles. You might have some disappointments happening for you in your dating life as you go on all of these dates, but I think keep showing up is an important thing here. For others, I think that if you're in a relationship, it might kind of be the same way where someone is putting in more effort than the other person. Your partner might be going through a lot during this time, so you might feel almost like you have to carry them, or vice versa, that they have to carry you. And you might kind of feel like you're on your own, or there's a sense of like you've been on your own for quite some time for both groups of singles versus those that are in a relationship right now. You might feel like I have to do this on my own. And that's why I'm disappointed. I constantly have to do this on my own. I've been alone. I've been on my own for so long that I'm capable of handling this. And that might be related to the question, if you resonated with that relationship wise in the beginning of should I stay or should I go? You might be thinking that, but I think it's just the other person going through something really hard and not having the energy to put into the connection. If they're doing it on purpose, then by all means, you can do it on your own and you can leave if that's what you need to do. Again, no judgment, but since this is a general reading, I'm not going to give you hard advice. There is a sense of someone has to step forward and do it. And I think it might fall on you a lot during this month. But if you're going through a situation where you feel like you don't have to collaborate, I think it's important for you to realize like you've done this by yourself for a long time. You've been on your own for a long time. Allow yourself to search for the answers. Forgive yourself for being able to do things independently, or maybe feeling like you need to have this be your centralized form of identity of, I have to do this on my own though, when it's like your partner is probably more than willing to step up to the plate to help you through this. Your partner's more than willing to put in more effort, because 50-50 is not always, as they say, 50-50. Sometimes you have to give 75% and your partner gives 25%. And then sometimes it's vice versa, where your partner gives 75% and you give 25%. So that's what's happening with your love life. The lesson to learn here is, well, a lot of what you're going to be saying to yourself about your love life is, you let me down. So I think for a lot of you, it's going to be the flip side, where your love life might feel like a letdown, and you might be kind of going through a hard phase either in your single life or your relationship of feeling like something's not enough, or feeling like your partner's not listening to you, or feeling kind of neglected in a way. It again might be a general idea of, love has consistently let me down if you're single, and just feeling the pains and the aches of dating in this modern society, which absolutely sucks. The lesson that you're going to be learning in these initial few months is gossip. And gossip is related to not allowing other people to project onto your relationship. You know what's best for you. You need to stay authentic to you, is what this card is saying. And I think that that's going to be the lesson that you learn, is it doesn't matter what people say about your relationships, doesn't matter what people say about you in general. You have to live in your truth, and you have to continue to be who you are in spite of what people say. So if you have a non-traditional relationship, I think that this definitely resonates for that specifically. If that works for you and you love having a non-traditional relationship, then go for it. Who You are the only person that knows what's good for you and what's good for your like what relationship that you want and what works for you. What works for you might not work for someone else. And if someone else is giving you shit about that, then where is their life? Are they actually happy with their love life? Probably not if they're judging you. Because people that are actually happy in their relationships and people that love the person that you're with or that they're with, I'm sorry, they aren't going to be complaining about your love life. They aren't going to be trying to project their idea of love onto you if they're a happy person. So I'd be careful about that during these first few months of people telling you, like, if you go out with someone and you're like, I would hate to be with them, but all your friends are like, why? He's such a great guy, like, yada, 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 or they're such a great person. Why wouldn't you want to be with them? And they're talking shit about you declining them. It's like, why? Why would you care about that? They're not the person that I want to be with. It's things like that where it's like, you know what's best for you and you have to follow that. And I think you're definitely going to be seeing that within the first few months. I'm hearing The Other by Love, which is a song about when there's nothing going wrong, but it don't feel right. It's about breaking up with someone that you know deep in your soul you shouldn't be with, or you know deep in your soul that isn't meant for you, even though there's nothing wrong that's happening in the relationship. I think that that might be something that you learn during this month of, I am allowed to choose who I want to be with. I am allowed to choose the relationship that I would want to be in, and I'm allowed to choose the direction of where I would like this relationship to go. So those are the initial few months. We're going to look into, you can ask a question about your love life, and we are going to answer yes or no to those questions here. So keep the question in your mind, and Spirit will answer. What is the answer to pile two's question? Or the answer to your question is it's going to happen very slowly. The situation will improve. It's up to you. Compromise and recovery is the answer to your question. I'm not going to go over these, by the way, and pull tarot cards for this. I hope that's okay. But maybe I'll have a video, if y'all want it, of explaining why the answer is the answer to your question. All right, so we will move on to the next 3 months. Spirit, what's going to be happening for Pile 2 from July? We'll do another shuffle. From July to September. Of all the things I still remember. Sorry, I have music running through my brain. That's September by Daughtry. Okay. You have a lot going on in your love life. Ooh, the King of Pentacles and the Princess of Pentacles. Still recording? Yep. Okay, so what is happening with the Princess of Pentacles here? A lot is happening with her. Her and the... Okay, can we clarify the Star in reverse? You're going to be here for a while. Just going to let you know. Why is the Star in reverse? What's going to be happening with this King of Pentacles? Okay. And what is this energy between the two of them? The Magician in reverse. All right, and then why is the Four of Swords here? Love to see her. Hello, Miss Empress. All right. So you are going to be having a lot going on in your love life during this time. Trying to make sure that everything's in frame. This is definitely going to be a take what resonates card here. If you are the younger of the people, if you are with someone that you believe is going to be more, that is more mature than you, or they are older than you in general, then I would take them as the King of Pentacles. But if you feel like you are younger than them, or you are younger than them, then you might take yourself as the Princess of Pentacles. There's also the possibility that this is transitory energy, as in you might be going from the Princess of Pentacles to the King of Pentacles during these 3 months, but I feel like these might be two separate people when I'm pulling them. So I will take them as two separate people for now. For the Princess of Pentacles, it's kind of hard to say who is who with star signs because they're both earth energy. So Virgo, Capricorn, and Taurus energy are very strong in this pile. Yeah, Gemini is also important here. Aquarius, so air and earth are significant here. There is some fire too, so Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries are important signs here. We are in Aries season right now. But for the Page of Pentacles here, there is a message of connecting, like receiving news about your work and your finances and the projects that you're committed to. And whoever this is related to, this is someone that is kind of starting off in their career, maybe a little bit younger, has more to prove than the King of Pentacles here, but they are slowly and steadily working, and they might be kind of more focused on their work than they are about anything else. But somebody in this connection is going to be receiving some sort of news related to your career, and that's how I think you're going to know whether or not you are in this Princess of Pentacles energy. But this person, this Princess of Pentacles person, is going to be spending a lot of time alone right now. So I don't know if they have to fly away for something related to their career, if they just have to focus more on their career during this time. But they are withdrawing from the world and they need to be by themselves. So I don't know if you're in a relationship, if you're going to be taking space for yourself, if you're going to take a break from dating while you're single, but they're going to kind of withdraw from the world a little bit. It could also be that maybe if you are getting into a relationship, you might be spending more time alone with this person. But there's a lot about like being alone and kind of searching for the answers, whether you're together with someone or whether you're away with someone. There's also the Three of Pentacles here. So I think there's going to be a lot more harmony towards the tail end of the year when it comes to your relationships. If you are the Page of Pentacles, you're going to be building a lot of stability with the person that you're speaking to, or building stability in your love life in general. You're going to be working with this person to resolve issues, and there's going to be equal effort in the relationship towards the tail end of the year. That, or it could also entail like a situationship of needing to ask like, what are we during this time? I think that for some of you that were in a relationship or in a situationship during the initial phases of the year, like right now, or maybe from April to June, you might be spending more time with this person. You might have that what are we conversation, because the Five of Cups in reverse talks about something coming back to you and the cups being knocked upright. So I feel like things are going to be resolved during this month if you want them to be resolved. Like these months from July to September are going to be really important for the resolution of something. So if you've broken up with someone or if you've taken space from someone, I think that you're going to come back to them and you're going to be collaborative with this person. Like they're going to come back and they're going to give you the energy that you've been looking for. They're going to be putting in equal effort into things, and you're going to be spending a lot of time alone with them and getting to know them on a deeper level with the Princess of Pentacles here. There's also the King of Pentacles here. This is the older person, the more mature person, if there is like an age gap between the two of you. And they are going to be stepping into their King of Wands energy. So they might have a chart where they're earthy and fiery at the same time. Or they could just identify with both of those energies of being very passionate and being a very fiery lover, while at the same time being very sturdy and stable. But they are going to be maturing when it comes to their perception of love and maturing in terms of what they bring to the table. They're going to be very passionate and exciting, and they're going to provide for you. They're going to be able to have a good time with you while also being very gentle with you and while also being very stable with you. And they're not the type of person to like fizzle out and leave. They like to switch things up and kind of keep you on your toes while at the same time like still being very consistent. They're not going to do you dirty. Like they're very mature, and they might be more sociable than you are if you identify with this Page of Pentacles energy, or you might be more sociable than your partner. It depends on how you resonate, but this person's more social than this person, if that makes sense. There's someone that you can rely on and trust. So if you've had issues with that before, they're going to become more trustworthy during this time. And with the King of Pentacles, I've been talking more about the King of Wands. They are also going to be very loyal to you. They are going to be equally committed to you during this time. And they or you feel like they can commit to this Page of Pentacles person, that they are what they've been looking for. So it's looking pretty positive during your love life. They might be interested or like contemplating marrying you, starting a family with you, like moving in with you, creating a home with you, but they are going to take you very seriously while also having this like King of Wands energy of being very exciting and not like monotonous. Like they might love their routine, but they also know how to switch things up and to keep you on your toes and to keep you like coming back without having that wishy-washy, non-committal energy attached to it. They're going to be a very mature lover, essentially. But the Magician is reversed, so they might have some confidence issues during this time. Like if you are the Page of Pentacles, you might see this person and you might be like, "Oh my god, they're everything that I've been asking for. I really want to build a future with them. I really want to be with them." But this person doesn't really feel the same way about themselves. Like they put themselves down a lot and they have a lot of confidence. So they might not initiate that "what are we" conversation because they don't think that they deserve this Page of Pentacles person for some reason. They're kind of struggling to be the one to make the decision on what happens in the relationship. So that's what's happening for them. There's not much that seems to be happening on their end of things, just that they're lacking a lot of confidence. With the Star in reverse, there's going to be a period of like hope during this time. Like, I don't know if both of you are going to be going through a dark time or if one of you is going through a dark time from July to September, but someone's going to hit rock bottom. And I wonder if for some of you, this might be like a breakup month almost. Like, you might break up with someone and then get into a relationship with a new person that fits your criteria and what you're looking for. Or it might be that this relationship is going to be tested during this time. Like July to September is going to be crucial about whether or not you have that "what are we" conversation. But the relationship is going to hit like the lower peak. during these months. And there's still going to be hope that you're going to be getting out of it. And I feel like your love life is going to come together last minute. Like you're going to be losing some hope. You're not going to be able to, like, you might be going on so many dates where it's like, oh, I really can't stand doing this anymore. I can't do this anymore. You might be getting out of a relationship and be in that very frustrated period of like, for instance, for me, when I was done dirty twice, I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. And that's literally when I had another guy slide into my DMs and be like, hey. And I was like, I can't do this, motherfucker. But it's that energy of like, you might get out of a relationship and be like so hopeless about your love life. Be like, oh my God, I can't do that anymore. That really broke my heart. We reached rock bottom in this relationship. And then this person, whoever you resonate with, slides in and they're like, hey. And suddenly that kind of like sparks this hope back into you. That or the relationship has just been like, it's just you might be losing hope during your relationship during this time and be like, oh my God, we're going through so much that it's hard to kind of hope that things work out for us and that things get better. And then slowly, like, the relationship heals. Like, you guys have hit rock bottom with your relationship, but you're going into this healing energy of now we're working together really well because it can't go any lower than this, essentially, with the relationship. The only way that we can go is up. And I feel like maybe this is the time where, like, you might have taken a break from your partner, or you might have just had to focus on other things. And then from July to September, that's when there's the end of that cycle of having to focus on other things. And now it's like, now we can collaborate. Now we understand each other. Now we can work with each other. Now we can talk to each other again. Like, especially if you've been in a situationship with this person for quite some time and you've been losing hope of them having that conversation with you, I think then the conversation will happen from this Page of Pentacles side of things, of them being like, I've been losing hope about this connection. What are we? And then that kind of like resparks things and you guys move up from there. But there's definitely positive movement upward, I see. It's just going to be it's just going to come after a period of like things hitting their lowest and almost the loss of hope before things progress. And there's a lot of healing happening with the Four of Swords here. There's going to be a break of some sort that happens. I think if you're in a committed relationship, you might take a break from this person and then you guys come back and you guys make up. But there's going to be some self-care with the Empress here. There's going to be a temporary pause on either going out and dating or in your relationship in general. And there's just going to be a lot of like trying to look better, trying to feel better, trying to naturally attract what you're looking for. Not really putting as much effort into things because you don't need to. Like, you're just naturally very abundant when it comes to your love life. I'm seeing spa as well, especially with this card here. Like, you might go on, I'm hearing Miami. You might go on some sort of like vacation to a more exotic place. I'm thinking more July would make more sense, July to August, and that might be where you meet your person for some of you. But there's like some sort of self-care where I feel like that gives you the answers of traveling to a more sunny place and just taking the time to relax and to retreat and to just rethink things. And then you can come back to the dating pool feeling refreshed, or you can go back to your relationship feeling refreshed. But there are some hard times, and then there's a lot of healing that happens that brings you back to where you need to be, if that makes sense. Okay. Let's see what you're going to be saying about your love life during this time. I don't know what you want. Okay. So I think some of you are just going to be in a situationship, and it's just going to take having that conversation of what exactly are we to progress things forward, especially from July to September. And then what lesson are they going to learn during this time, Spirit? Trickery. Interesting. Okay, so this says during trying times, things may be easier if you ask for help. Don't be disappointed if assistance does not come from the place you expect. So I think being open and honest is especially going to be important, and you're going to realize that from July to September, especially because you're going to be going through such hard times that it's almost like there's no manipulation happening here. There's no more tricks happening here. There's no more mask that you're both wearing during this time. There's going to be a moment where I think that no matter where you find yourself at, whether you're single or in a relationship or in a situationship, you're going to have to tell the truth. You're going to have to be honest. You're going to have to drop the mask and express yourself. And if you're being tricked, for instance, like this is the time to call someone out and this is the time to just like stop them immediately and be like, okay, but what do you want? What is it that you're looking for? So I think it's important for you to be ready for that and to also be ready to have those difficult conversations during that time. And now we will ask a yes or no question to anything that you would like to ask about your love life. All right, hold that question in your mind. Spirit, can you please answer the question that pile 2 has? The answer to your question is no. We'll go into the tail end of the year now. Spirit, what's going to be happening for Pals 2's love life from October to December? Ooh, one card. King of Cups. Wow. All right. So can we get some clarification as to what's happening with the King of Cups? What is... Ooh. Eight of Cups. The Hanged Woman. Ooh. So I think you're going to know exactly what you want in this relationship. And you're going to be looking for someone who is your equal when it comes to being compassionate and being loving. The relationship that you're going to be in is very nurturing and affectionate. And I think physical touch is going to be important during this time frame of your relationship as well as words of affirmation. But you're going to be with someone that you can really trust with your heart. And I think you're definitely still going to be spending a lot of time together alone with them during this time. There's not going to be really any rush, and you're going to kind of know who's right for you and who's not during this time. And you're going to be giving it your all in your relationship. I think that things are going to be not much is actually going to be happening within this relationship with the Hanged Woman here. There's not going to be anything, nobody's going to force anything. It looks like they're just going to allow things to naturally progress because they know forcing things is going to make things worse. And I think that this relationship is going to stay in limbo for a little bit, which is a good thing. It's going to be, I almost get the sense there's like a little bit of bittersweetness, but I don't get anything malicious from this pile. You have the Eight of Cups in reverse. And I think this is just highlighting that this is someone probably from your past that's coming back in, or a phase in your life that you said goodbye to that's coming back in. I wonder if you have someone that's like, you're going to be in a healthier relationship with someone and you're really going to be feeling love and affection, but you might have like someone from your past. I think that's what it is. Someone from your past that's like trying to re enter while you're in a relationship with someone else. And this is a fire sign, or likely a fire sign. They have fire in their chart somewhere. But they are someone that couldn't be counted on, probably weaponized their incompetence, tried to make you do everything because they wanted to give you like sloppy work, and they might have tried to like fight with you for the sake of fighting with you. They might have only been interested in like sex. They don't really care if they broke your heart before. They might be trying to re-enter your life, but I don't think you're going to be taking their offer during this time, and I don't think you're going to be interested in them. You're just going to be like, I can't force you to be the person that I want you to be, so I'm not going to. I feel like you're just already going to be in a happy, healthy relationship during this time, and that's when this person is going to come forward to you and be like, I treated you so poorly, like I can't believe that I did all that to you, when it's like, get away. Like, why are you contacting me when I'm happy with someone? Why are you reaching out to me when you know you can give to me what this person gives to me? Like, move on from me. They might be stuck in that energy of like not being able to move forward. And if that's something that you want with this person, like, they might be the King of Cups here, where they might be more mature and they might be coming to you with a more informed perspective. But I think if you are interested in getting back together with this person, which I'm feeling for a lot of you, that's a no. But for those of you that are still interested in that person, I think that it's a kind of a time will tell situation if they have changed. And you can't, again, force things to progress. You can't force action onto this person. You just kind of have to almost see and let time take its course and let things progress for themselves. It might also be with the Eight of Cups in reverse that it's just hard to let that person go because they came into and out of your life so quickly. If they don't end up appearing during those months, and you might still have very complicated feelings towards them where it's hard for you to say goodbye for good from them because you feel like the situation might still be salvageable somehow. But even if you do feel that way, I again don't think that you're going to be taking much action in your love life during this period. I think you're just going to allow things to stay in limbo and kind of be in this mindset of it is what it is, and I'm just leaving it to the universe to be able to let me know whether or not this works out for me. So, what are you going to be saying about your love life during this time? I wish we could go back. Okay, so you're definitely still kind of hung up on someone. It could also be a very like tender, I wish we could go back type of thing where it's like, I wish we could redo it over again and I could meet you again for like the first time and we could enjoy ourselves or take more advantage of the moment. Perseverance and faith. So this is giving up on something that would have brought you success. And it's saying don't quit before the miracle. So I think at this point in time, like you're gonna realize that you're gonna be in this official stage of should I stay or should I go at this point in time. And I think you're gonna be wondering whether or not you should quit. And I think you're gonna realize like I shouldn't quit on this because right before I quit is when things kind of got good. So I don't know if this is related to like attachment of maybe being frustrated with someone, frustrated with the situation that you decide to leave and then things happen to like come back to you because then you realize like, oh, it was too soon for me to make that decision. Or it could be that you're very grateful that you decided to like stay in this energy and stay with this person and work things through because that's when the miracle was shown to you. There's faith. This is also talking about not giving up due to fear. So maybe you are projecting onto your relationship, like, for instance, if you're anxiously attached, you might be like, oh, this person not texting me back means that they're losing interest. I have to quit on them. I can't commit to them because I wonder if it's me. I wonder if I'm the problem. That might be more avoidant, but you know what I mean. Like, it might be those moments of just realizing that something is your fear and connections in a relationship is really holding you back. And maybe you just kind of need to stick it through a bit more and continue to have faith that things will work out rather than quitting on something that ends up being a miracle for you. And there's also about like not holding on to pain. So maybe not holding grudges, maybe not allowing your disappointment to like dissuade you from the course of your love life is going to be important during this time here. So we will get advice on your relationship now rather than a question. And then if you would like to hear your career reading, there should be likely another hour. I haven't filmed it yet, but likely another hour of your career in 2025. But if you were only looking to listen to your love life, completely understand. Thank you for watching, and we will get into your advice. All right. So, Spirit, what is some advice for Pile 2's love life in the year of 2025? Emotions are running high. The supermoon. Yeah, you're definitely going to be having a very intense love life for 2025. If you're wondering how successful something is going to be, such as a job or a relationship, the answer is very. The answer to your question may well be that it's under your nose. This card is about being larger than life, being special, and bursting with energy that you can tune into and work with. You can expect plenty of good things and a positive outcome when this card comes up, but you may find there's a lot of emotion to deal with too. Yeah, so your success is close, I think, with the relationship that you get into or that you have right now. And I think it's a matter of just working through those tough times and working through those emotions and realizing that a resolution to your question is closer than you may think. Make sure you don't blow events out of proportion is an additional meaning for this card, and asking the goddess for assistance, like maybe the moon goddess. I don't know if there is a moon goddess. Sorry, I'm not that deep into spirituality, but I think asking for help and not running when things get tough, not backing down when things get tough in this relationship is going to be important, because I think that the resolution will end up speeding in quicker than you think. And it's going to be very exciting. And it's going to, I think the problems that you face in your relationship are just going to lead to strength. Or the problems that you have in your love life are just going to make you stronger and more knowledgeable and aware of what is happening around you. But that is all that I have for your love life. Pile 2. If you would like to leave me here, that is totally fine. If not, we will get into your career reading for the next of 2025. So I shall see you there. Hello, Pile 2, and welcome to the rest of your reading. This is for your career. We're just going to kind of jump into it because I've spent a lot of time already discussing your love life, that I thought that getting into your career, we would just head right into it and see where it leads. So I apologize if you hear any background. I'm actually filming this under a tornado watch right now, so there's a lot of storms and raining going on, but I hope you find that to be very calming and that there's a nice ambience to that. So from April, it's April as of right now, from April to June, what you're going to be experiencing in your career is related to the King of Swords here. So I think that you're going to be at the top of your game when it comes to your career. You're going to be more in your logical mind than in your emotional mind. I think you're going to be focused on just making sure that everything is fair for everybody involved. If you work with a group of people, you're going to be making a lot of decisions during this month. I think that you are going to use a lot of your brain. So you might be in a career that's like more scientific, more in terms of like coding or experimenting or researching. And you might be in charge of a lot of people with the King of Swords here. or you just might be a leader in general. You might be like a supervisor of certain tasks, but you're not going to be distracted. You're going to be working towards your goals in a very focused way, and you're going to be very committed and devoted to your craft and your work from April to June. I see with the Five of Cups here that you might experience some sort of either lingering disappointment during this time where it's hard for you to see the good of your career. You might be experiencing a lot more challenges than you were thinking about, or you just can't really move on from this sense of emptiness. With the Eight of Pentacles and the Ten of Pentacles here, it's very clear that like you're making a lot of money and you're doing something that is kind of building your wealth and setting a foundation not only for you but future generations to come if that's what you're interested in. You might be the breadwinner for your family, or you might be becoming the breadwinner for your family, and you're very steadily focused on your craft. Like you're not taking any shortcuts. You're devoted to what it is that you are doing, and you want to build something substantial. Like you're paying very close attention to like the details of what it is that you do. And I feel like there's an element of like maybe perfectionism here as well, of like I can't do any wrong, I can't lose here, I have to be at the top of my game, and I'm going to make sure that when something is managed, I'm going to be managing it correctly. There's a lot of Pentacles energy here, but I think that maybe you're lacking a little bit of fulfillment with the Five of Cups and you're sad about that. For some of you, something is coming back. Like I think for some of you, the wealth that you were trying to accrue is coming back, and maybe you lost it at some point. Like you could be a creator of some sort, especially with the painting here. It could be something that's more creative where your finances aren't coming in as stable as you would like them. And so you've been disappointed in your craft because it's like, oh, I missed the stability that I could have had. But now you're kind of locking in more and focusing more on like the quality of your work and the quality of what you're submitting. For others, I get the sense that maybe you're not really fulfilled with your job right now. It could be that maybe with the Ten of Pentacles, it pays you really well and it's something that you're really good at, but it's kind of hard to leave. But there's this sense of like either loss or return when it comes to this group. Or you could just be in general like a perfectionist during this month where you want the highest quality work, and whatever loss that you experience with this Five of Cups here is heightened. Even though you could be doing the best work, even though you are at the top of your game, even if you have other people telling you like, hey, you're doing great, like I love what you're doing here, you could just be like, well, I did this small thing and now I feel bad that I did this small thing because it set us behind. I'm hearing too, you might be the person that everyone turns to for help, and you might be the person that everyone turns to when there's a problem. So you feel obligated to almost solve that for people. And that might be a lot of pressure for you, where even if you are successful at resolving what it is that they are experiencing, you feel very burnt out, is what I'm hearing. Like you can't really see the good in your work because your cups are just kind of empty and you're pouring from an empty cup. The lesson that you're going to be learning is represented by a balance. There's some hesitance here. You want to create before the opportunity disappears for you. You could be pushing people away during this time and realizing that work is not everything to you, that I feel like maybe you gave up something with this Five of Cups here, or you are intending to kind of give up something from April to June. And you're like, I need to focus on my craft. I need to focus on building intergenerational wealth. And now that you've kind of like given up so much, you kind of are starting to miss what it is that you have lost here. And you're starting to kind of hold on to that of maybe I shouldn't have focused on my career. Maybe I shouldn't have left everything for this. And now you're trying to find some sort of balance between your career and what actually matters to you. Could also be maybe you're trying to get your big break. I feel like for some of you, like you're trying to drop everything to be famous, but waiting for your dream, I think you're going to kind of realize is not really as powerful as living in a reality with the people that you love and the people that you care about. Especially because you have like a swords card here. You might be just so focused on like what makes sense and what's logical to you that you're kind of ignoring your heart's truest desires. And then during this month, you're going to kind of be realizing like, oh, this is what my heart truly desires. Like, is to have a community around me, is to have my loved ones around me, is to be at peace. The action that you're going to be taking is actually no action, represented by the hanged man. Things are going to be kind of in limbo for you. And I think that that might kind of add to this feeling of distress, if you would, or this feeling of loss. You're definitely waiting for something to happen. I feel like for a lot of you, this is like your big break. But for some of you, this could just be waiting for someone to recognize your hard work, waiting for your hard work to pay off. But you're not going to be taking any sort of direction during this time. I think you're going to be in a period of waiting for something to actually like come through for you. And the hanged man is clarified by the world in reverse as well as the four of wands. You're waiting to finish something, but it's not quite happening for you with the world here. This is like a big major project that you have spent a lot of time and effort on. This is something that, again, your big break. I'm just getting the feeling that it's that. Like you've gone through everything, you've put in all the work that you needed to put in. You might have seen some initial success with this four of wands here, and you've set the foundation to be successful, I think. But I think it's just a matter of like entering into this new phase of life and trusting that everything is going to be okay, and trusting that you have to, hey, move on from one place of your life to the next. There's a lot about control here too. I think that you might just need to sit back and kind of let things flow, let the opportunity happen, because I think you're in this energy of like, I have to create, I have to create, I have to create, because the opportunity is going to happen. The opportunity is going to happen. And the universe is saying, no, you don't have to do all of that extra work. Like you've already put in a lot of dedication. You've already established the foundation here. You have to be willing to let go of control and let things happen and naturally move into that next phase of whatever project that it is that you're working on, or this next phase in your career. So that is from April to June. If you would like to, we are going to ask a question related to your career, and we will have Spirit answer that for you here. All right, pile 2, hold that question about your career in your mind. Spirit, what is the answer to pile 2's question, please? What is the answer to pile 2's question? That one wanted to jump out. Big happy changes. I also saw a year from now, so for some of you that might be relevant. All right, now we will dive into, where are the, there they are. Let's dive into the second half of your career. The second half? This would be July to September, Spirit. What's going to be happening for pile 2's career? Pile 2's career from July to September. A lot is going to be happening, and all at once, it seems. So the way that the cards landed, it seems like some of that it is going to be revealed to you, and some of it might be a little bit mysterious. All right, so we have the Queen of Wands. We have the Star in reverse. Oh. Hey. You remember the King of Pentacles? We talked about him in your love reading. I think you're going to meet him at work if you are the Page of Pentacles from the last reading. Fire signs and earth signs are relevant here. Not to get meta here, but I've had a lot of people, like earth, fire people, asking about relationships for a while here. So if you are one of those returning participants, welcome back. I hope everything's going okay for you. Okay, so what is going to be happening for the Queen of Wands when it comes to her career? Oh my God, throwing everything out there. Um, there is a lot here, but I'm just gonna take whatever came out. Sorry if this is gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot for me to read. Okay, the King of Pentacles. What's gonna be happening with them? What's gonna be happening with that King of Pentacles? The Lovers. Sorry to bring your love life into your career reading. All right, we'll get into the lesson later. I'm very curious and hyper focused to get into these cards. I feel like a lot of you are represented by the King of Wands, I mean the Queen of Wands, but we shall see how you resonate. So the Queen of Wands, when it comes to your career, you're going to be very charismatic. I think you're going to be really good at networking during this time because you understand people on a very deep level. You kind of know what they want and you are able to use that knowledge to get what it is that you're interested in. Use that knowledge to win, essentially. I think you're very alluring to a lot of people. Like maybe a lot of companies would like to work with you because of that charisma. But you are in charge of people. You are definitely in charge of like running an organization. Some of you are giving like influencer energy, or you're entering into kind of like an influencer stage, and you don't like being restrained. You like kind of being out and about in the public. You don't like being stuck behind a desk. You want to pursue things that excite you. You want to be independent in these projects, and you have a lot of ideas. You know how to make your dreams a reality, and you attract a lot of these abundant opportunities because you have the confidence to attract that. If you relate to the Queen of Wands, we will start here. If you don't relate to that energy, then I would say that you are probably the King of Pentacles, and I am describing a potential partner that is coming in for you. It doesn't have to be romantic, but given the fact that the King of Pentacles popped up here, I think that it might. It could be that you are attracting like a business partner that has these qualities, and this is kind of what's going on for them. I think the Hermit card in reverse is actually signifying like an end to a period of isolation. I think this person is not going to really be in their hermit stage. They're going to be exiting that hermit stage, or they're going to be in a process of figuring out how to become more social because they've been a hermit for a little bit too long. I'm hearing Joe Alwyn and Taylor Swift. It could be a situation like that where we did talk about relationship problems for this pile with the love reading. It could be that somebody must have kept you kind of like hidden, and now you're having your little bejeweled moment of like, hey, I'm going to leave this hidden space and I'm going to shine and do what it is that I need to do. Like, I'm not meant to be isolated. Or it could be that you are using your career as kind of like a springboard to enter into a more sociable time and live a more sociable life. You have the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. Something is not paying off, or you feel like something is not going to pay off in this case. Like you're kind of doubting yourself during this time if you are that Queen of Wands. And you feel like no matter what you do, it's kind of better to walk away and not put any more additional effort into it, because putting additional effort into something is just going to burn you out and make the situation worse. And this could go back to like that controlling aspect of wanting to see things happen, and having those perfectionist tendencies of wanting to control an outcome. So that might still be happening from July to September here. You're definitely being financially independent with the Nine of Pentacles here. You are earning your keep with and seeing your wealth grow. So I don't think it's a matter of finances. I think what you're really looking for is like, is it going to pay off and is it going to satisfy me? Because you have that Five of Cups energy in reverse still here of pouring from an empty cup, feeling burnt out, feeling dissatisfied, and feeling incredibly disappointed in what's happening for you. But the Nine of Pentacles tells me that you're going to be self sufficient still, you're going to be independent, and you are going to still have that material security and overall success. I think it's just a matter of like whether or not you feel satisfied with that. Yeah, you're going to be in a good place in your life. Like, you don't have to achieve or accomplish more. You might be the type of person that just never feels satisfied with something, and that might be what's kind of pushing you to feel burnt out because you want to do more and more and more, and you want to continue to give and give and give, when really that balance with the Six of Pentacles in reverse here is off. And I think you're just giving way too much of yourself, and you need to sit back and be like, what I have is okay. Like, I value what I have right now, or take a moment to like think about where you would like to go and how you would like to redirect things. But right now you're doing really good. Like, you're really enjoying the fruits of your labor. And with Temperance in reverse here, something is out of balance and something is not working out for you. I think that that's kind of like a major theme that I'm seeing here is I think you might just be pouring too much of yourself into your career, and there's too much work happening and not enough play happening. You're not really resting, is what spirit is like really trying to get across here. You're kind of overindulging and wearing yourself down when it comes to your career, and I think right now it's just too great to overcome. So that's what I'm getting for career wise. I think this is referring to your partner with the King of Pentacles. We've already kind of gone over him. He's that very mature, probably older than you person that is very stable and secure and has already kind of built something with him and wants to kind of share that in a more reliable way. This could be a Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. This fire energy or Wands energy could be Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries. This King of Pentacles is doing more of what they love here with their career, or it could be that this is someone that you do love and that you come into contact with through your career. I'm getting the feeling this might be a client or like an investor, especially with the way that he's dressed up and positioned with his hands on his coat there. But they are going to have to make an important decision when it comes to their career. They're kind of reevaluating their job opportunities or job offers and where their career path is headed. So that's kind of a sign, if this is a lover coming in for you, is that they might be in a stage of life where it's like, I'm not really sure what I want to do. If this sounds like you, then you're definitely going to be reevaluating your career during this time. And this Queen of Wands is going to come in. And I feel like there's going to be a shared perspective here between the two of you. This Pentacles is going to have more of an idea of what they want and what's going on for them and what works for them. Whereas this Queen of Wands person is going to still be in the phase of figuring out, hey, I'm not satisfied and I'm devoting all this time into being secure when I don't really know if this is something that I actually want and if this wealth is like actually something that sustains me emotionally. But this King of Pentacles, I think there's a shared feeling of like hopelessness and just giving too much of yourself to a career that maybe doesn't really fulfill either of you. And even though things are working out and things are going fine with the star here, and there's a lot of hope and inspiration to be had, I think both of you are just kind of burnt out and feeling the weight of life really hitting you. And you can't really, there's a feeling of being lost here. Like, you don't really know where you're headed or where you're going with your career. And I think that's why there's a lot of reevaluation happening between the both of you as you're trying to find some sort of guidance on where it is that you would like to be and where it is that you would like to go. Okay, what is the lesson to be learned these middle 3 months? That one should jump out. All right, we have growth. And then what action are we going to be taking here with whoever What action is pile 2 going to be taking when it comes to their career during the middle few months? The 10 of Swords, and I think that's, okay, the 9 of Wands. So growth talks about kind of like living in your truth, and in spite of rejection from other people, teaching by example and living your most authentic life. It talks about how the grass is gay and how the grass is not accepted by his best friend, and how society consistently rejects grass and prevents him from having any sort of opportunity. So I think that you're going to be learning how to live in your truth. I think you're going to be figuring out like what your truth is, and then you're going to figure out how to live it basically for your career. You're going to be doing things, I think, tailored to you. So you're not going to be listening to people or coworkers, I think, during this time that are telling you to be successful, you have to do this. Or, if you're an influencer, for example, because I keep bringing that up, maybe an influencer is saying, like, to be successful on any sort of platform, you have to start on TikTok and you have to do that and you have to make these sort of things. You have to do this content. And maybe that worked, but now I think you're kind of being like, well, I actually wanted to make content about this. I actually wanted to devote my influencing to this side of things. And now you're actually uploading those videos because you figured out, hey, this is my niche. Like, people love when I make this content and I love when I make this content type of deal. So I think that's what growth is. It's like, even if people are giving you negativity of like, oh, I preferred your other content, you're still living in your truth. The action is represented by the 10 of Swords. So I think you're killing your old identity. Like, you're going to be having a lot of change and transformation here, but not in the sense of like you're a completely different person, but you're going to be definitely purging a lot of work related cycles. You've reached the end of a stage within your career, and I think that has something to do with that growth element there. I think you're done doing things for other people. I think you're done trying to take control of the situation, and you're just kind of allowing things to be, and you're working towards your goal. I get the sense that you're just tired. You've been battling for a cause for a while. You're not really ready to kind of give up or give in. And yeah, I don't think you're walking away from your job per se. I think I feel like you're kind of changing to become a better fighter. You're definitely battling for that deadline, I think. You're battling for this project to see fruition. You're not letting things run you down in spite of the fact that I feel like you're running on fumes at this point. And you're not going to walk away from something. I feel like this is just determination, like to put an end to something, to change so that you can become better in a way. So that's the last few or the middle few months. We're going to ask a yes or no question here. I am flying through this reading. But I hope that that's a good thing, because the love reading, I was like very slow that day. I was so tired. All right, what is the answer to pile 2's second question here? No. A very strong no, too. Now we will get into the last few months of 2025, October to December. What is happening for pile 2? What is happening for pile 2 from October to December, please, for their career? King of Pentacles. Okay, that person is popping up a lot. I was even thinking about them as I was shuffling. So maybe you're like reprioritizing love. What's happening with the King of Pentacles? The Hierophant and Temperance in reverse. So it could be that you're adopting this person's energy, or it could be that this person is becoming more important to you than what it is that you're trying to achieve with your career right now. If you don't relate to finding this person, it could be that your hard work and your dedication is starting to kind of pay off, and you're going to be seeing some success in the project that you decide to put out. You're very patient, you're very kind with those around you, and you take realistic and practical approaches to decisions with your work life. I think you're going to be doing things more by the book when it comes to this. And if this is more your partner during this time, they're doing things more by the book. They're not trying to rock the boat. They're not trying to do anything different. And maybe that's kind of what you need. But they're honoring kind of rites of passage or some sort of tradition when it comes to work. I think you're going to be doing things out of a sense of responsibility more than for passion, but you're developing some sort of routine here when it comes to your work schedule. There's still an element with temperance of like trying to make something work that's not really going to work. So maybe there's still a little bit of a struggle or learning opportunity when it comes to balancing your work life and figuring out where your priorities lie, figuring out how to live in your truth. But that's part of growth. You know, you're never going to reach that full destination sometimes, and it might take a little bit of time to reach those goals and to see it happen for you. So, not much happening towards the end of the year, which might be a good thing because it seemed like the beginning and the middle were relatively busy. What lesson is Pile 2 going to learn at the end of the year? Wow, the cards are just jumping out. Abundance. Yeah, you're definitely making like bank, Pile 2. That's for sure. All right. And then what action is Pile 2 going to take? That looks like the Eight of Wands. It is the Eight of Wands. So you're going to be making a very quick decision towards the end of the year. Something is coming in very fast and you're going to nip it in the bud, is what I'm hearing. This card is talking about your relationship with money. Be wary of your financial situation as an excuse to avoid doing something. Are your thoughts and actions around money empowering or disempowering you? Yeah, I think that going out and like really enjoying the fruits of your labor might be beneficial. And you're going to kind of realize that of like, hey, I've been working really hard. I do deserve to spend something on myself. Like it could be that you're very frugal and you want to make sure that you're not reckless with your finances. But sometimes it's important to also spend your money and to really kind of enjoy what it is that you're building during this time. Like just enjoy the fruits of your labor, I think is going to be a lesson that you're going to be learning. It's okay to spend on yourself. It's okay to enjoy the money that you have, you know? And with the Eight of Wands, I think maybe if you've been looking for your big break, this is the time that it's going to be happening and you're going to finally be prepared to like take that leap, take that jump, get things done. Or you could be going on a lavish vacation. Like it could be at the end of the year, you're going someplace. I'm hearing warmer, but it doesn't have to be. And you're really kind of enjoying that time to just sit back and to relax. Because I feel like a lot of you that are watching are like really hard workers. Could be traveling for work as well, could have an idea come through for you that you've been wanting to have for a while but don't really expect. But things are clearing for you, obstacles are really clearing for you. But I feel like for a lot of you, it's going to be like a vacation of some sort. Like you're going to be really enjoying the fact that, like, oh, I've made all this money. Now I can actually use it to do things that I really want for myself. So that is the end of your career reading pile 2. We are going to get into advice and then I shall hopefully see y'all later. Spirit guides, can you please give pile 2 some career advice, please, for this year? Void of course moon. I can't remember if this was the previous pile or if this was your pile that received that last time. I was about to say there are so many moon cards as if this isn't the Moonology deck. The moon seems to be significant here. Sorry. It seems like if you've been having a lot of anxiety about one thing in particular, that anxiety is not warranted in this case. Nothing's going to happen. But it could also be that maybe you're putting in so much work into something that is not really going to see any sort of fruition, unfortunately, for you. We'll look at the Void of Course Moon to flip to it. The chances of something are diminishing, something better may be around the corner. Believe that you will get what you need, surrender to the divine, take time out, meditate, and contemplate. Yeah, adjust your expectations. I think is going to be important here. And trusting that, the universe has your back and the universe wants what is best for you, and it's going to take away something if it's not. The mutable moon. Something is still in the works, definitely, with your career. There's room for you to maneuver and to move around. So if you're not happy with your current situation, that's definitely some good news of you can move around if you need to. You don't have to stay if it's not something that you want for yourself. You can still kind of influence your decision here. So I think certain decisions are definitely going to be important. I feel like relaxation and just not trying to be so controlling of it is the highlight, and staying adaptable. It's okay to meander towards your goal and stay focused on it, but also live a separate life outside of your career and outside of your finances. And then lastly, the gibbous moon, is that how I pronounce it? The gibbous moon? You're very close to achieving your goal. I feel like that speaks for itself, but we will take a look at it. Here we go. Situation you're asking about is bulging with possibility and coming to a peak. There's not a neat yes or no here. Like, I feel like that's definitely important here is nothing is kind of set in stone yet. Like, you can still motivate the outcome of this goal. So if you really want something to come of this situation, I think you can change that. But there's also the element of like, if you don't want anything to happen with the situation, it won't. There's some advice here of some adjustments might be required to get what you want. You're on the right track, but don't push too hard. Be very careful about moving towards your goal. There's a need to get back into really healthy routines here. So I feel like taking time off work is like the best thing that you can kind of do. And taking time off work towards the end of the year, I think is going to be more beneficial than taking it right now. But I think that maybe like you're a little bit too hyper focused on like the outcome of your career, and it's time to develop a healthy work life balance. I think that that's what I'm trying to say here. When you're at work, you can focus on the task, you can get things done. But as soon as the clock hits like the ending point of the day, that's when I would go out and relax and have fun and really enjoy the fruits of your labor here. I think that that's kind of what the routine is asking about, because I feel like you've been spending a lot of time working and not a lot of time enjoying your life and enjoying the actual fruits of your labor. So I hope that was helpful, pile 2. If you really like these readings, it helps when I receive nice comments, likes, subscribes. That helps keep me motivated, and I really enjoy seeing your comments. Thank you for listening. I hope all is well for you. Bye. Hi, Pile 3. I'm sorry if you hear some background noise. There is some honking going on outside of my apartment, but we are going to do your rest of 2025 reading for today. I have been a little bit slacking lately on these tarot readings, so this is actually going to be probably a little less consistent than the other piles, so I apologize for that. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking at your career and your love life over the course of the next few months. These months are going to be divided into three phases. We're going to look at April to June of 2025. Then we're going to be looking at July to September of 2025. And then we'll be looking at October to December of 2025. This pile here is going to be looking at what you're going through right now to help you figure out whether or not this is your pile. So, what you received in terms of what's going on in your life is the Four of Cups, Four of Wands, the Star in reverse, and the King of Cups in reverse. So, four looks like it's a significant number here. Aquarius is also pretty significant. So, you might have that sign within your chart somewhere, or you might be an Aquarius yourself, have that within your big three. With the Four of Cups, you feel pretty satisfied with where you're at right now. And I don't really think that you're taking any offers or any new situations here. We'll start with the Four of Wands. You completed a milestone within a project. You haven't completed the project itself, but you have completed something that you're very passionate about. This could be a marriage for some of you, but it doesn't have to be. It could be something as simple as maybe you finished writing your book. Maybe you finished writing the first chapter of your story. There's some sort of initial completion here that you are happy about and that you feel pretty satisfied with. And I think after this completion, you've been feeling a little bit of this meh energy. I think there's a little bit of boredom here. I don't really know what's causing this boredom, but it seems like you're not feeling very satisfied with something, or you might be feeling a little bit empty after the end of this project. This might have been something where you had great expectations in terms of how this was going to go, and now that you have completed this, you don't. How do I say this? You've completed something you're very passionate about, and I think for some of you, you might be in this energy of, what do I do now? I was so focused on this that I really don't know what else to move towards. Or it might be that it's a bittersweet feeling where maybe you had high expectations of how this project was going to turn out, but you don't feel satisfied by the initial completion of that project. There's a loss of hope here with the star card in reverse. I get the sense for some of you, you thought that this initial completion was going to solve a lot of your issues and a lot of your personal problems, but it really hasn't for you. And so you're feeling a little bit hopeless in terms of, okay, what is causing, why do they feel this way, Spirit? Why are they not satisfied with where their life is headed? Prince of Swords. Okay, and what's happening with this Prince of Swords here? Interesting. I get the feeling this is a career, but it can be a relationship as well. I just get the feeling that this is mostly, there's some boredom here, there's some need to change, but there's no change that's happening. And for some of you, if you've just gotten into a relationship, it could be that you thought that being married to this person was going to change some sort of outcome or some sort of struggle that you've been going through in this relationship. And that was, I feel like a lot of you were banking on this being, with the star card in reverse here, you were banking on this being the change that you needed. And it just didn't happen. If it's a job, maybe you thought that this initial project was something that would help with your satisfaction. It could be, what was the goal here of this completion? Like, what were you wanting to happen? I guess is the better question. What were you wanting to happen with this initial goal? Let's ask that. What were you wanting to happen with completing this? Or what were you hoping to happen for the Four of Wands? I feel like a lot of you, as I said earlier, were banking on this working out, and you were hoping that this initial completion was going to give you intuitive insight. It was going to give you some hidden knowledge about yourself or hidden knowledge about the next steps to take and the next steps forward. I think that you might be a naturally intuitive person when it comes to this, and you follow your intuition a lot in completing things. Usually, you have a good idea of, I just finished this, now the next step is this. I just finished that, so the next step is this. And I think for a lot of you, you were hoping that this initial completion was going to, I want to say, resurrect the spark within you, but this is reversed. There's something about abandonment here. I think some of you were hoping that by completing this, maybe you would receive more help with a problem that you've been facing. Maybe you would feel less abandoned in the world right now, or feel less abandoned. For some of you, I'm hearing like abandoning yourself for some reason. But you were hoping that this project would really help you get out of this period of isolation or hopelessness. And maybe you were hoping that it would get you out of a really bad period financially. That could also be the case. You were maybe hoping that things would come together and that you would receive more resources or you would receive more connection with, if this is a marriage with a person, maybe it could be with coworkers. But it's interesting because there's also the Ace of Wands here. So I feel like for some of you, you are hoping that the passion for something would die. I don't necessarily know what this is referring to. Maybe you have been passionate about something that isn't necessarily good for you, that you know isn't good for you. I think maybe some of you were hoping that you could self sabotage. I don't know why I'm hearing that, but I feel like for a lot of you, for some reason, you wanted this to be over and you wanted this to be done and complete for the longest time. And you were hoping that maybe completing this was going to make you lose some sort of passion for whatever reason. Why is this? I need to ask for clarification. Sorry. Why is this Ace of Wands in reverse? But you feel hopeless for some reason. Why is this Ace of Wands in reverse for what they were hoping would happen? Can you clarify the Ace of Wands in reverse? Yeah, okay. So you've had some sort of heartbreak, and I think you were maybe hoping that this would be a distraction for you from that heartbreak if this is work related. If this is another person that you're seeing, maybe you were hoping that this other person was going to help you through your heartbreak and help you out of that bad situation, and that your passion for maybe this previous person, it could be like an ex, it could be maybe a friend. I'm not necessarily sure what this is referring to, but I think you were hoping that if this is a relationship, this would take you away from the thought of being with them and the heartbreak that you experience with this person, but it doesn't look like that's the case for you. You're still kind of stuck in that energy and you still have passion for this person, if that makes sense. And I think a lot of this, I think you might be represented by the Cups energy here, the King of Cups in reverse. You might be trying to escape your reality a lot right now because you are in the amount of pain that you're in. And you just can't really deal with the harshness of the situation. So it's almost like you're just trying to distract yourself from what you've endured in this case. And that might be why you don't feel satisfied right now, because you know that it's not truthful to you and you know that it's not real to you, and you're starting to feel really hopeless because you're like, well, I don't really know what else to do in this situation. I don't know how to move on from this previous connection, or I don't really know how to keep all this feeling of abandonment and these deep internal wounds from basically hindering my life and preventing me from moving forward. There's something that I feel like you just can't really let go of, and it's kind of hard for you to be present right now, which is definitely not anything that I'm judging you for. Like, it happens all the time, and I'm sending you a lot of peace and love as a result of that. But we'll get into the reason why. It looks like you are new to the truth. It's hard for you to kind of see. I think you've recently discovered the truth of your situation and the truth of within yourself, I think. But there's been some sort of message that you've received. It might not be something that you really wanted to hear, and it's not something that has really boded well with your emotions. And I think there's like, you kind of know the truth of the situation, but you feel there's a lot of cups here, and there's a lot of talk about emotions, even with the swords here. I think you're trying to figure out a way to basically accept the truth and move forward with your emotions. But oh, I see Pisces. Sorry. Pisces might be significant. There's a struggle to cope with your emotions while at the same time accepting what's happening, because you might be someone that is more emotionally inclined, and you might be someone that thinks more with their heart than they do with their head. And so moving forward in your situation and accepting the truth, even though you're doing really well with it, might be kind of hard for you to do right now, and it might be something that's relatively new. Whatever you are unable to let go of, you have the Five of Wands. This is something that you have fought incredibly hard for. It's something that has really challenged you, and something that you have succeeded with and overcoming in terms of obstacles. So I think that maybe for some of you, you've been fighting for so long to have this project seek fruition or have this relationship seek fruition, that now that you have it and you feel this like weird sense of emptiness, or you feel this weird sense of unfulfillment, it might feel like a bit of a waste, or it might be like, why did I go through all of these problems for nothing? Why did I endure all of these challenges if I don't feel satisfaction, or if I don't feel like an emotional connection to that, if that makes sense. You have the Nine of Swords as well. There's a lot of stress and turmoil happening. It might be keeping you up late at night. You're feeling pretty guilty and hopeless and lost. There's a lot of grief, and I'm not exactly sure why, but you have a lot of anxiety right now. So maybe a lot of pressure has kind of built up upon you, and you've had to deal with just a lot of nightmares to get this to fruition. And now that it's here, you can't really enjoy it because you're still caught up in the grief and the trauma of what it took to get to this position in your life. You have the Queen of Cups as well. I think you're very perceptive of what's happening right now emotionally, and you you can sense almost what's coming, and you can sense what's happening with the situation, and that might be what's stressing you out, because maybe you can foresee the obstacles that are within your way, and you can foresee what's going to be happening soon. This is why you're feeling that way. Yeah. So if this is related to a person, you might feel very connected to them right now, and you can kind of sense that something's wrong with them, or that something's off with this situation, but you can't really maybe voice that, or maybe you don't really feel safe. I get the sense some of you are the therapist friend, and some of you are the person that people go to for advice, but you with this Five of Pentacles here might not feel like you can personally, that you have someone in your life that you can do that with. And so you might be feeling very alone and disconnected right now. And you don't really feel like there's someone that you can talk to and listen and support you because you're always the listener, but other people aren't as empathetic and affectionate. And I might be projecting into this reading, but Cancer is also significant here with the crab. So Cancer energy is also pretty relevant. But I feel like this is a water sign that I'm reading for. I think that you might be stepping into the King of Cups energy and again just struggling to add logic to the situation and struggling to just grapple with the truth. I feel like you know what the truth is and you kind of understand intuitively what's happening, but it's kind of hard for you to it's a new avenue for you is what I'm hearing right now. So I might be projecting onto this reading, but I feel like a lot of times when you are that very empathetic person and you are understanding about other people, sometimes you might not fully grasp your own emotions towards the situation because you're like, "Oh, I understand why this person did that, so I can't be mad. I can't experience this. I can't do that. I have to listen to them." And you might shut down yourself and shut down your own emotions when it comes to that, but that could just be for a select few of you. But there's a lot of just heartache right now and there's a lot of anxiety that's built up and almost a need to kind of see things for what they are before you're able to really move forward. So if you don't relate to this reading, this is probably not your pile, but we are going to get into your love life starting from April to June. All right, Spirit, what's going to be happening for pile three's love life from April to June? Okay, your love life from April to June is going to be very slow. Two Swords in reverse. Okay. Why is the Six of Discs here? Can you tell me why all of these things are happening for them? April to June. These ones, you know what, I'm just going to take these as they fall out like that. Rejection. Okay. And what are they going to be saying to themselves from April to June when it comes to their love life? I hope that you can forgive me one day. Yeah, some of you have gone through a really bad breakup and it's kind of stuck with you ever since. So it looks like your love life, you're going to be giving back a lot during this time. And I feel like there's an endless loop within either a connection that's coming in or a connection that you have. I feel like for a lot of you that's watching this, you're probably already in a relationship. But for some of you, I definitely understand if there's not something really going on. You might be focused more on your career during this time rather than your love life at this point. There's something here about unequal give and take with the Six of Pentacles here. Either someone is receiving a lot during these next few months or someone is giving a lot during these next few months. With rejection here, actually, let's get into why this is happening and let's look at that. Yeah, there's a lot of rejection happening here in your dating life. I don't know if this is you or if this is with another person. I'm unfortunately inclined to believe that it might be you that might feel this way, but this is happening because you really want to fit other people's mold of a relationship. You want to be the person that people want to be with, and so you kind of shape yourself to fit their concept of what you should be in a relationship. And you want to feel useful to your partner. You want to feel like you are their everything and that they can go to you for advice. Yeah, you're not being very true to yourself, I think, is the whole thing. And I think you're trying to gain other people's approval. I feel like you're just trying to fit a mold that you were never meant to fit during these next 3 months. And that's why things are happening. I feel like you're giving a lot of yourself to other people and you are trying your best to receive love and affection in some way. And that might not really be working out for you during this time because you're not being yourself and you're trying to fit a mold that you were never meant to fit in the first place. And it's not to say that like there's anything wrong with the way that you've been molded. You might feel that way. You might feel as though like what's wrong with me to the point where people don't want to commit to me. But this card talks about an artist being invited to a trial. And though he's like a fantastic fucking artist, he can't really put himself in other people's shoes. He thinks more about himself than he does about other people, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just to say that he's not a juror. And so these people here don't really listen to his opinion because they recognize that about him. And while they value him, he feels rejected because he doesn't really fit the criteria of a juror based on what they're looking for. So I feel like that's a metaphor for your dating life during these next few months is you're trying to fit what other people expect you to be during this time and you're giving so much of yourself and exhausting so much of yourself that you're not really receiving a lot in return because you're not putting out the image of yourself that you should. And you're maybe attracting the wrong people in this case that aren't going to love you for you. They're going to love the mask rather than who you are as a person. There's also a level of indecisiveness happening here when it comes to your dating life. Some of you, it might be flipped. Some of you, you might be receiving a lot of attention from other people, but you kind of recognize that they're not really what you're looking for. And you want to reject them and refuse them because you just don't want to commit right now. You don't want to make a decision on who you want to be with. But you're not really saying anything during this time, and that might be causing a little bit of strife with the other person because that other person might be giving so much to you and you might be receiving a lot, but you don't want to tell them the truth. It's like, how do I put this? Recently, I was kind of in this like weird situationship, and I really wanted this person to communicate what they wanted with me, but I don't think they were truthfully ready. And I don't blame this person. I'm sending them some love because I I just don't think that they were ready for me and I don't think that they actually wanted to be with me in that way. But because they didn't communicate, I was very confused because I wanted to know whether or not they wanted to commit to me and they just wouldn't put that out. So that might be the energy that you're kind of going through during this time is you don't want to hurt people's feelings. You don't really want to tell them the truth. You don't really want to take time out. Like it might be that you've recently received a connection that you've been waiting for quite some time and you don't really want to hurt their feelings or you're kind of unsure about how you feel, so you don't want to lead them on, but you're kind of not also giving them the communication that they need and you're receiving a lot at the expense of other people's emotions. If you don't resonate with that energy, it could be the opposite, it could be flipped, that you're the one that might be giving a lot of energy to the other person and they might not be deciding on you right now. They might be not telling you how they feel. So you might feel like this relationship is stuck in limbo and you're kind of waiting for an answer from them and trying to figure out what's going to be happening next in this connection. I hope that you can forgive me one day. So someone from your past is going to be heavily on your mind during this time. And you might be thinking and having a lot of regrets about what happened with this person. And that might be fueling the rejection here and those feelings of not feeling adequate to be loved and not feeling like you can really be authentically yourself because maybe that hurt another person, but I'm here to tell you that it's totally fine to be the way that you are. You're going to find someone that's going to love you for you. And if that person couldn't accept you for who you are, then maybe it just wasn't meant to be, you know? So I'm going to pull some cards for you to ask a yes or no question, or to ask any question that you would like. For some of you, it might not make sense, so I apologize. But whatever question that you have on your mind, we're going to pull some cards for this, and we shall figure out the answer for you. What is the answer to pile 3's question? Reconsider. What and how? What is it that they should reconsider? That was such a bad shuffle. I apologize. Reconsider jumping into a new opportunity. Reconsider taking a leap of faith with someone or taking a risk with someone, because it might not really be worth going down that avenue right now. So that is the answer to that question. I'm not going to do a deep dive on that completely. I'll probably do a yes or no reading or something along those lines later, but we shall look into July to October next, or September. It's going to be happening for pile 3 from July to September with their love life, please. Seven of Pentacles and the Ace of Swords in reverse. All right. Why is this the energy from July to September? Trickery. Okay. I want to see what the general vibe is by looking at the back of the deck. So the general vibe is the 9 of Wands. Okay, what? Are they going to be saying to themselves from July to September, Spirit, for their love life? I knew exactly what I was doing. I'm hearing Mitski, my love is mine, oh mine. That might be significant for some of you. Sorry if I'm a little bit quieter this time around and things have shifted slightly. I have someone living below me that doesn't really enjoy high noise level, which is fair. But we are trying not to upset our neighbors, so that's why I'm a little bit quieter than usual. And I'm hopeful that you can still hear me in spite of that. Okay, so I think that you're going to be in this headspace of wondering whether or not things are going to pan out romantically with this person, or it could also be in general where you're wondering whether or not things will pan out for your love life. During this time from July to September, I think you're going to be putting in a lot of effort into relationships, a lot of effort into dating. If you're both working together during this time to make things work, I definitely think that that's going to create a strong relationship and you're going to feel like it's very reciprocal. But for some of you, it might be that the other person might not be meeting your needs during this time. It's hard to tell with the Seven of Pentacles. There's a lot of wondering whether or not things are going to work out and putting a lot of effort into either the person that you're seeing or your dating life in general. there's going to be a lot of examination about your needs and whether or not they are being met, and maybe some instances of wondering whether or not you are ready for a relationship, willing to compromise on things. That seems to be a very heavy topic during this time. And with this Ace of Swords in reverse, there's a lack of clarity when it comes to relationships for July to September. There's an element of not really thinking or just kind of saying things to say them, either from a place of pain, or it could, with this trickery card here, I think for some of you, you might be struggling to show your true self. So the trickery card talks about, the dragon says that they have something, and then the squirrel says that they have something, and really it's not what they're saying that they have. There's some sort of illusion here, and there's some sort of manipulation happening here where truthfully what they are portraying themselves as, or what they're portraying themselves as having, is not the actual truth. And I think the Ace of Swords also highlights this as well, that somebody is not really being honest, or the situation itself is not being honest. And I think there might be a bit of hurt brewing, or a little bit of resentment brewing because of that. I don't know if necessarily anybody's seeing behind the illusion, and it doesn't have to be anything negative. It could just be that maybe you really, really, really like this person that you're seeing, and you just want to put your best foot forward, but it's not how you usually are. I think what's really happening here is that there's a lot of effort being put into this relationship that's not true to either of you, or not true to yourself. And there might be a bit of resentment brewing because I don't feel like this is going to actually work out for me. The Nine of Wands here in reverse. You feel like you've done everything to really prove yourself in this situation, and you're exhausted and off guard, and there might be a situation that happens where the straw kind of breaks the camel's back. It just doesn't seem worth it. You just kind of feel very overwhelmed with things that are happening in your love life. So maybe for some of you, you might be focused on yourself right now, and you might be in a period with this Seven of Pentacles of, I've kind of done everything in my love life. I've portrayed myself in this specific way with the dragon here. I've, done my best to play the part that I was supposed to be playing, and it still didn't work. So I'm just going to focus on my career during this time. I'm just going to focus on myself during this time, because I'm not really getting anything out of what I'm doing right now, which is totally valid. Or maybe some of you might be going through some issues in your relationship of feeling maybe a little bit tricked by something, feeling a little bit unclear about where you stand with someone. Those are the situations that I'm kind of seeing. You also have the card of, I knew exactly what I was doing. So I think maybe you knew where you stood with someone. Let me clarify this card here. What is it that you knew that you were doing? I think maybe you knew who you were deep down. What is it that Pile 3 knew what they were doing? What is it that they knew they were doing? Okay, the Page of Cups in reverse. That kind of changes things. That changes the interpretation a little bit. There is some heartbreak here. You could have also been involved. I know we talked about someone earlier in the reading at the beginning of the year that might not have been open about what they wanted from you, or might not have been completely honest about what they wanted. So I think on your end, you knew what you wanted, you knew where this relationship was headed, and it just doesn't really seem like it worked out for you. There's some sadness and disappointment here. Usually you might be very optimistic about your love life, or you thought that you had this person specifically that you were pursuing had a lot of potential, but you've kind of lost sight of romance during this time. And you might feel a little bit heartbroken because something is being taken away from you. It just kind of seems like a bit of hope is lost because you're mourning something or someone. Maybe you learned the truth of the situation a little bit later, and it really hurts you to know what that truth is. And I think that it might be a situation where you have either gotten out of a relationship, a potential, person that you were speaking to just didn't work out. It could be your love life in general. Maybe you're facing a lot of strife in it with this Nine of Wands in reverse here, but there's a level of disappointment where you knew what you were doing when you were going into it. You knew how to play the game. You know what role you needed to play. You were putting in effort, and it just kind of doesn't really seem like things were returned to you. And that's why you might be very disappointed and feel a little bit lost and hopeless. That might be why some of you might want to focus more on yourself because you feel like you're better off by yourself. Or it could be that you just need a little break from love because of what has happened to you and you just don't want to go back into love and to face that energy again. So we're going to look at, I forgot to do this. I can't remember if I did this for the last poll, but we're going to actually ask a yes or no question related to your love life during this time. So please hold that in your mind. And I will ask, what is the answer to pile 3's question a year from now? So whatever your question was, that is the answer to it. All right, so we will get to the end of... What does the end of the year of 2025 look like for your love life? What is the end of the year? What's going to be happening in Pals 3's love life for the end of the year? I'm feeling more hopeful this time around. So maybe you will feel more hopeful towards the end of the year. What is happening for Pile 3's love life at the end of 2025? What is happening for Pile 3's love life for the end of 2025? Hierophant in reverse and the 7 of Wands. I'm hearing Mirrored Heart by FK Twigs, but I'm never going to give up, though I'm probably going to think about you all the time. Okay, what are you going to be saying about your love life towards the end of the year? I hope that you can forgive me one day. Okay? And then, why is this happening for your love life? I think that some of you are going to be in a relationship that you are going to be fighting for an entire year. I think for some of you, this relationship that you are in right now is something that you feel is worthwhile, but there's going to be a turning point that happens at the middle of the year where you're really starting to question whether or not you still want to be this person and whether or not you see yourself with this person. And then towards the end of the year, I think is going to be where the problems of this relationship are going to be a lot stronger than what you thought that they were. And you might be wondering whether or not you should give up in this relationship in general, and that you need to kind of let go of a fight. For some of you, you might have this idea of what the perfect relationship looks like, and maybe your partner doesn't really agree with the viewpoint that you have. So you've been fighting this person about what that viewpoint is for quite some time. And I think for some of you, you're wondering towards the middle of the year whether or not this battle is worthwhile. And then towards the end of the year, you might be saying like, okay, my ego's been ignited. I need to kind of let go of this fight because it could lead to the detriment of my relationship, and I'm not really wanting that to happen. I'm going to lose. Is it worth blowing up my relationship for the sake of this thing? That's going to be, I feel like, a theme for a lot of your guys' love lives for this year is it worth it? Some of you might feel that way towards a relationship. Some of you might feel that way about like a fight that you've had or something like that. But you're giving up on something. and you're no longer fighting or feeling like it's worth fighting this person on whatever it is that you feel very passionate about. Some of you might just stop fighting for your love life. Some of you, I feel like, might be, I'm hearing, begging people to love you. You're going to be done trying to tell people how to win you over. You're going to be done, I feel like, looking for love in general. I think some of you might be in this stage of, is it worth me having a relationship? And you might say, no, it's not really worth it. I'm just going to back down. I'm not going to try to prove myself anymore. The right person is going to come to me when I need them to come to me, type of energy. And I think that that's honestly beautiful. But I think some of you might be giving up on love, which is not a bad thing. Sometimes that's when love actually comes in. And the reason for that is represented by the card Impasse, which makes me think of you're at like a crossroads. So the path is currently blocked to romance. Your goal is to still find that. I don't think you're going to be giving up on love completely. I think it's just going to be on ideas that have held you back or ideals that have held you back. And there's going to be a reroute of some sort. So maybe you might be refocusing your energy on your career. Maybe you're refocusing your energy on different aspects of love. You know, for some of you, as I said, you might be trying to beg people to love you and then realize, oh, I can't beg for that. I'm at an impasse with this person. There's no moving around this. I just have to find someone that is better for me. Might be the case for some of you. Maybe it's that if you're having arguments with your partner, you realize, hey, maybe we can take this route instead and we can compromise and decide to do this and figure it out from there. It's about being adaptable, and I think it's about compromising and regrouping and refocusing and kind of changing the direction of the relationship. Maybe the idea was to do something with your partner. Like, I'm trying to think of something. Maybe you really wanted your partner to go to church with you. You're very religious. You want them to go to church with you. You've been fighting them to go to church with you for quite some time. And they won't budge. And they're like, I don't want to go to church with you because I don't align with those beliefs. I'm atheist. I don't believe in God. I don't enjoy the church. And you've been fighting with them all this time. Then you realize they're unhappy with me trying to pressure them to go to church with me. So maybe I'll start to focus on like talking to other people at the church, finding friends at the church, instead of expecting company through my partner. And that makes things easier. Could be maybe you guys compromise where it's like, okay, I know you don't like going to church with me, but can you please go to these events with me? Because it would really mean a lot to me. Like maybe you have food drives or something like that you ask them to go to, and they're willing to compromise on that. It's like being more adaptable, especially because the Hierophant is reverse, coming from a Taurus, but the Hierophant is the Taurus card. And I feel like for some of you, there might be some traditional aspects of a relationship that you're looking for. And maybe those traditional aspects of a relationship have been holding you back rather than helping you. So you've been trying to push something and you've been really stubborn about what it is that you want your partner to do, but they're not comfortable doing it. So you kind of realize, I'm stuck in this idea of what romance is. I'm stuck in my ways a little bit, and I need to have a more adaptable approach and be more open-minded of what my partner's needs are and how my partner feels about the situation. It could also apply to those of you that are single. It could be that you are looking for a more traditional relationship, and as you progress throughout your dating life, you kind of develop more of an open mind about maybe what other people want, or maybe you're like, oh, maybe this isn't as strong of a need as I thought that it was, and so on and so forth. But there's an idea of like being a little bit rigid and stubborn, and then realizing, oh, I need to redirect my attention. I need to reroute this idea of maybe this person, maybe my relationships and stuff like that. And if it's important to you, like if it's something that you definitely need with the Hierophant, it could also be that, again, you might just be asking the wrong person, and you just need to look for people that have more aligned beliefs, because there's nothing wrong with wanting something traditional as long as your partner is on board with that and willing to compromise on certain things. It's really up to you how you would like to go about that. You also have, I hope that you can forgive me one day. I think that this card, I think, has come out for a lot of piles recently. It could be that the breakup, like you feel a little bit guilty for those of you who, decide to give up on the relationship in general. I don't want to break up again is what I'm thinking of. Hope you don't regret me. Hope you still think fondly of our little life, where you might realize that you're breaking someone's heart by breaking up with them, or maybe a fight broke someone's heart, and you're not breaking up, you're continuing to stick it out. But you're going to be thinking about someone specifically, I think, towards the end of the year, and thinking about everything that has kind of happened between you and them, and hoping that they will forgive you and still see you in a good light in spite of the amount of strife that you have been through. So we're going to ask for some advice before leaving your love reading. You are welcome to stay for your career reading as well. But if you decide not to stay for your career reading, I totally understand. That's totally fine. All right, Spirit, can you give some advice on Pile 3's love life? Don't let pride get in your way. Full moon in Leo. Leo season looks like it's going to be really important. Could also be that Leo is in your chart. So that's July to August, which fits around the middle of the year when you're wondering whether or not something is worth it. It says a friendship may be ending now, or everyone is equally important, I feel like, are the additional meanings that are significant here. Have you been letting your pride become an obstacle? Is the question you're asking based on your ego, or is it from your heart? Yeah, I think that that's also important to consider, is there is a lot of stubbornness within this pile. And I think the question that you really need to consider is this coming from like an ego perspective? Is this something where it's like, for instance, some people in their relationships are like, oh, I want what my friends and family have. My friend is getting married. All my friends are getting married, so I want to get married. And that's coming from ego rather than your heart, because maybe, you might not be ready for marriage. Maybe you might not be ready to settle down for some of you. That's just an example, but that's what I'm thinking of when I consider this card. There's definitely a deadlock. It's catching up on that. More love and thoughts for the greater good are the solution to this dilemma. So I think thinking of the bigger picture and kind of removing yourself from the situation is going to be very helpful. And maybe seeing someone from a more loving perspective is also going to be the key here. There's definitely a need to find balance between your own needs and the needs of the people around you. So if someone is demanding too much of your attention during this time, because attention was popping up in my brain as like a trigger word, maybe you need to have a conversation with them and say, hey, I love you and I love spending time with you, but I'm unable to give myself to you in this capacity type of conversation. Maybe someone hasn't been giving you enough attention and you need to voice that, hey, I really want more attention from you. I really want to talk to you more. It doesn't even have to be in like a confrontational way. You could literally just be like, hey, I really miss you. We should catch up sometime or something like that. Or like, hey, I would love to hang out with you, but unfortunately I need to do this, this, and that. Or I have plans with this, this, and that. I think being honest and treating everyone like they are equally as important is going to be really helpful for you during this time. And think about yourself as well. Like if you're feeling really burnt out and you're giving too much of yourself to other people, I think it's important not to pour from an empty cup. I feel like the Leos that I know in my life are very magnetizing people, and there are so many people that want to hang out with Leos because Leos are generally very confident and they have this like radiant energy about them. So that might be, even if you don't identify as a Leo, that might be the case here, where it's like you're very magnetizing to people and very alluring, and they all want to get to know you and they all want to like spend time with you. But you might be overwhelmed with that, or you might not be able to give as much of yourself as other people expect. So I think being very open about your needs and then also balancing those of other people is important here, and figuring out when to say no to people, when you need time for yourself, which people might take priority over others type of situation is going to be important. But yeah, just treating people with respect, treating people like they are just as important as you are is going to be important during this time. All right, so that is the end of your love reading pile 3. If you are deciding to leave me here, please make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. I hope that you have a good day. Otherwise, I will get into your career reading. See you there. Welcome back, Pile 3. We're just going to get right into your career rating. So you have a lot going on in your career from April to June. Something in your career isn't as it seems during the beginning few months with the moon card here. You might be in a very unstable work environment. Like it's very unpredictable. It's hard to tell what's going to be happening on a day-to-day basis. There might be a lot of stress and pressure that are negatively impacting your mental health during this time, or there could be someone like a coworker or a boss that's not necessarily treating you fairly and giving you the credit for your work is what I'm hearing, but they might be trying to inadvertently like sabotage you during this time. There's a lot of illusions happening here where something is not quite right. I'm going to ask, actually, let me move these up. Okay. So what is it that Pile 3 is seeing with the moon? Okay. What triggers Pile 3 to know something is not right? Okay. And then what exactly is correct about this situation? Oh, that wanted to jump out. Judgment in reverse. So I think this has to deal with a person. With the Six of Wands here, you're going to be losing something with the Six of Wands in reverse related to your career. It might be a promotion, I think, for some of you, but there's some sort of reward that you should have received, but it doesn't really come through. And you're like, is this because I'm not putting enough work? Is this because I'm not being recognized for my work? Like there's some amount of effort that you have put into your career that you have worked really hard for, but people aren't really appreciating you or seeing the good that you've done for your career or the good that you've done for your business or whatever it is that your career is. And it might feel empty or like a letdown. You know that you deserve more in this case, but you just can't seem to receive that. You might be doing like great work. Like you might be just amazing at your job and things like that and such a perfect performer. Like I work with someone who is fantastic at their job. Like they are probably the best fitted for it and they don't receive any appreciation or recognition. And that's really just like upsetting to happen to anyone, I think, to put so much effort into something and to just not be appreciated. But you might take that a little bit personally and think that it's a reflection of you when it's really not. And you just don't feel celebrated. You don't feel successful during this time in spite of the fact that you are succeeding. And that's either maybe because of the people around you not appreciating you as much as they should, or it could also just be like maybe you have imposter syndrome. Maybe you're telling yourself, I'm not doing great, and that's actually not truthful. It could also be for some of you if you're in like the limelight, or you might just be really hungry to have more fame or to have more attention on you, and you're just not really receiving that at this time. Your intuition, I think, is going to be tipping you off with the Queen of Cups upright. This is something I think that's going to intuitively come to you over time. It's I don't know how else to explain it, but you're very connected to your emotions and they play a very important role in your career. Cancer is also relevant here. I'm not sure why. Whenever I think of Cancer, I just think of home and family. So it could be that maybe a family member is going to call it out for you that's very understanding and patient. For some of you, it might be a wife. I don't know why I'm hearing that, but a wife might also be kind of like, yeah, that's a little weird. Like someone's going to say something, I feel like someone that is important in your life and is very mature and compassionate and patient and very intuitive. But I feel like for a lot of you, this is you. Like it's just going to come to you where you're like, something does not feel correct. And with the Princess of Wands upright as well, the Page of Wands, you're going to, I think, take some sort of risk, and that's how you're going to know. That's what I'm thinking of here. You're going to take some sort of leap here, and you're going to maybe connect with other people or get more involved in the situation and try something new. And that's going to be how you know, like, hey, this isn't as it seems. Maybe like by becoming more involved, people are more open to like connecting with you and telling you like you're doing a great job. You know what I mean? Or maybe you take like a risk with something, some sort of project, and your manager pulls you aside and gives you that recognition. For some of you that identify with like the low self-esteem, I think that that's the course here. But for others, I think by getting more involved, you might befriend someone and they'll probably tell you, like, for instance, if this is a loss of a promotion or something, they might be like, yeah, you should not have gotten that loss of promotion, because they feel more comfortable talking to you is what I'm getting here, because you've connected with them and they're looking out for you. But I get the feeling that a lot of people are looking out for you during this time. It could just be that you're lying to yourself. And what you're lying to yourself about is represented by the Judgment card. I think there's a little bit of a lie about what you might be supposed to be doing with your work. Maybe this is not what it seems, is like you're doing a great job at your work and you're putting in a lot of effort, but it's not fulfilling to you, and you kind of know that your calling is elsewhere and that there's something else that you should be paying attention to. And this is going to kind of, you're going to kind of shove this down in the beginning of the month, like shove down this feeling of no, that's not my calling. That's not what I'm supposed to be doing, even though you intuitively know that it's not what you're supposed to be doing during this time. You're just not seeing things as they should be. So I think for some of you, it's like you're not seeing that you're actually a really important asset to your team, a really important asset to your job, and you're really letting yourself down and letting your, depression or whatever it is kind of take hold of you and tell you all these lies, or anxiety and stuff like that. But I feel like for others, it is that you're just not following your passion right now. And it's hard for you to move in that direction, and no judgment to that, because we all have different circumstances. But you're continuing to live in this moon energy of like, maybe you don't want to know the answer to these questions that you have. Maybe you don't want to address like intuitively knowing that something isn't necessarily right here, because you don't want to rock the boat. You don't want to upset the status quo of things, and you're not really ready to see that truth just yet, which is fine. It happens to all of us. Another thing that's going to be happening is the Star in reverse and the Emperor in reverse. The Emperor in reverse, you might be in a bit more of a controlling environment. So maybe things are different on a day-to-day basis. Like, it's unexpected what's going to be happening. Maybe you have a boss that's like, trying to give you work and it doesn't make any sense why you would be doing this, but they still expect you to live under this work environment. But there's either not enough structure in your work environment right now, or there is way too much structure happening here. If you're your own boss, it could be setting boundaries with yourself and making decisions from a more powerful position. Yeah, because if you work a business, it's like maybe you need to realize like, hey, I need to clock out at like 4. I know that I have this, and this to get done, but like I can't keep staying late because I have to give more time to my family. Stuff like that. It's like setting boundaries with yourself and being less restrictive. Others, maybe you just need more control over your work environment. Maybe you need to do more or involve yourself more, or maybe stand up against an asshole coworker that you have, stuff like that. But you're going to be feeling a little bit hopeless during this time with the Sun card in reverse. Like, that things are going to pan out in the end, and it's not that you're completely anxious or depressed about the situation that's going on, but you're trying to see, I think, the light at the end of the tunnel with the Sun in reverse, and it's kind of hard to see the positives and see the good news, because this again reiterates the fact that the success that you're looking for is coming a little bit later than you expected. I think that the light is there, like it's just around the corner, but you're so tired and you've put so much of yourself there that it just kind of feels empty right now. Or you're like, why isn't this coming for me? Why isn't this happening for me? I've been putting so much effort and work into this. Should I continue? And it's like, yes, you should, because it's right there. Like, what you're looking for, I think, is like really close to you. Why this is happening. So you have isolation. That's the first one that you receive. Yeah, there's some need to participate. You've been kind of standing on the outskirts and trying to protect yourself or make excuses, maybe over preparing for some of you too, and not taking action on what it is that you would like to take. And that's what's causing the success not to happen, because you're not participating, or you're not like taking action towards what it is that you like. And I think getting involved in networking with more people is also important as well. I think that might be the one thing where you might struggle with is, how do I connect with people? How do I put myself out there in this way? And that might be the last like step that you need to take, because this card does say that you are on the verge of something big. And if you don't participate, it could pass you by. And as I said, I have this feeling that it's like right around the corner for you. Then you have recovery. Part of you has been dormant, and part of you is very fearful. And I think a part of you just wants to kind of like retreat into the corner and not take that step forward. But you kind of need to face your fears, understand that, you know, they're just fears. They're going to happen for you, and really move forward from that. Like face them and try to find that inner strength that pushes you to do what it is that you need to do. So let's see how this progresses for you. All right, middle of the year. It's going to be, what does the middle of your year look like? That was such a bad shuffle. What is, not the middle of the year, because we're already at the middle of the year. Okay, from July to September, Spirit, what's going to be happening for pile 3's career? Oh, that one was pretty self-explanatory. Your career is going to be happening very fast for you, by the way, and a lot is going to be happening all at once. Okay, 2 of Swords and the 2 of Cups. Let's ask, what does this 2 of Cups refer to? Okay, that's what I figured. If you're in a relationship with a fire sign right now, then this is definitely your pile. And I mean maybe a romantic relationship. Workaholic and victim. I think that if you're breaking up with someone from July to September, this is definitely going to seep into your work, and it might be a little bit hard for you to focus or pay attention to what's happening in your work life during this time, because we did have that happen for your love readings. Or it could be that the fighting is going to be interfering with a lot of your work life and your ability to focus on the task at hand. But with the 8 of Swords, you're realizing beautifully that your fears are just fears. And I think that you are stepping into your power, and you are realizing that, like, I can't keep letting this control me. I can't keep letting my anxiety hold me back anymore. I just need to do it. I just need to take that step forward. I need to live my life authentically, and nobody else is going to do it for me, which is really beautiful. You're really stepping forward, and you can kind of laugh at what used to hold you back when it comes to your career. And I get the sense that this is going to be a very exciting period for you, because maybe this fear has been very paralyzing for you when it comes to your career, both like personally and in your career in general. And then once you move past it, I feel like there's going to be a lot of forward moving motion for you. There's a loss of connection, or there's a severed connection, where it could be a work partner. Maybe you're breaking off from your work and you're like, hey, I'm no longer doing this anymore. I'm moving on with my life. I'm moving on to a new company or a new venture, because the bond between you and this company, it could also be a person, because for some of you, I do foresee it being a person, was really lopsided, and you might have been giving a lot of yourself to your work and not really receiving anything in return. And maybe you've been worried about finances for a while. Maybe you've been worried about, like, how am I going to find another job? Am I ever going to find another job? And now that you've separated yourself from this company, there's this very freeing feeling of, oh, I actually know my worth now, and I know I need to be with an employer that fills up my cup and that has a balance bond between me and them. Or it could be a colleague too. You could be breaking off with a colleague. It could be maybe changing teams during this time, changing departments during this time, shutting out a coworker during this time. But I feel this sense of freedom happening here for you, especially with the Prince of Wands. And the Prince of Wands is a card of someone that is confident and passionate and filled with energy and ambition and excitement. And they're someone that's creative and bold and assertive, not afraid to get their hands dirty type of deal. Someone that's very fearless. You could be breaking off from a person like that. If that describes a coworker or your romantic relationship, then that might be the case there. I feel like you're entering into maybe a new work environment, or you're entering into just a new state of mind where you're filled with more energy and enthusiasm and adventure. And you're willing to take risks, but you kind of know which ones are worth taking and then which ones are a bit more reckless because you've gotten out of this paralyzed energy and realized I have to take a risk with my job. Like I have to do something. And you might be more extroverted during this time. You might be going to more work parties or work events during this time. Or this could be breaking off with someone that might be stuck in this Knight of Wands energy where they're going out and they're partying and they're taking a lot of risks. It might be a breakup from a company that, is that same energy. But that's what I'm getting here is a break off from this specific energy. Why this is happening is workaholic. I think you might still be suffering from feelings of inadequacy, and I think you're just going to realize that you're worth a lot more. I think that that's why you feel this sense of freedom and why you're breaking things off or why you're seeing past the blindfold. And you might be realizing that you've just been spending a little bit too much time at work and suffering from burnout, that your career is not going to complete your life for you. You have to go out and you have to be the one to start living your life is what I'm getting here. And that's why these things are happening, is you've had that realization. You also have victim, which goes back to the dragon and the squirrel that I was talking about earlier with trickery. I think you're going to be a lot more honest with yourself during this time, and you're not going to deny things anymore like you were towards the beginning of the year or the beginning of the year when it comes to this reading. And you are going to move past feeling blocked, blaming others, move past resentment, and you're going to really start to grow and have a lot of breakthroughs because you want to make new choices in spite of how risky they are. So I'm getting a lot of excitement towards between the months of July and September, which is great news. All right, and then we'll look at your career for the end of the year. What is that going to look like? From October to December, what is Pile 3's career going to look like? What is going to be happening for Pile 3's career? Let me reshuffle. Pile 3's career. What is going to be happening for Pile 3's career? That one's been really wanting to jump out. Five of Swords in reverse. I have a feeling I might clarify this, but we'll see. Why is this happening? Okay, so the year might slow down for you and there might not be as much to do towards the end of the year. Why is the Five of Swords in reverse happening, please? Soulmate. I'm going to ask... Can you clarify the soulmate card for me, please, Spirit? I wonder if they're just coming in for you. What is this soulmate card? Can you clarify the soulmate card? So remember how I said someone might have been sabotaging you? I think that you're going to figure them out by the end of the year. And it's going to go too far. I feel like someone might be bullying you at work, or it might come to light that they've been bullying you at work, and they're looking to fight and attack you during your career. Your reputation or your career might be damaged as a result of that. Let's look at soulmate, actually. So why is this happening? To enjoy the beauty of a rose, we must risk being pricked by our inner thorns. So you're facing your true feelings and you're stepping into things. And I think that might cause a little bit of strife and drama with people in the workplace because maybe you've been promoted and people are just nasty towards you about it. Like they don't wish you the best. They're very two-faced about it. Even though you are very deserving of this, you might face a little bit of backlash for that and a little bit of humiliation and a little bit of bullying. But you are stepping into your true feelings, and that's what's triggering them because they might not be comfortable stepping into their truth and they might feel threatened by that. But I get the feeling you're not really going to be burdened by that because you're going to choose love at the end of the day and you're going to choose to speak your truth, which is a beautiful energy. And I get the feeling you just don't give a shit about what people are going to be saying about you and your career at the end of the year, which is beautiful energy to step into. But you have the sun, and that's talking about getting in touch with your inner child and really like being involved with something that gives you just pure bliss and pure happiness. You're entering a phase in your life where you're going to be receiving good news. So maybe it is with the Fool here, I think you might be stepping into a new job that you feel more aligned with and that treats you way better. And maybe with your old job, you might be experiencing a lot of gossip and bullying, but you're like, I don't care because I'm moving into my soul career. I'm moving into something that is more truthful to me, that feels more authentic to me, that I've been wanting to do for quite some time, that I know is right for me. So you're just going to have a lot of good vibes and a lot of good news happening. So maybe during the end of the year, you're going to receive that news of like you've gotten promoted, you've been moved to a new department, you're starting a new job, you're starting a new project, and that might step on people's toes. But again, you're speaking your truth and you've already gone through that period of like confronting your fears. So I think you're going to be less bothered by this. You're going to be surrounded by friends and family, and you're going to be feeling very free-spirited and youthful and joyful during this time, which is just gorgeous in general. You're going to be feeling very successful and fulfilled, and you're going to be actually receiving rewards and recognition for your efforts. And people are going to really want to work with you, and your reputation is going to be heightened during this time in spite of people trying to ruin it and gossip about you. You have the Fool as well. I think you're going to again take a leap of faith, take a huge risk that's going to pay off, and you're going to be taking the first steps towards what it is that I think means speaking your truth. And you're going to be taking the first steps towards like figuring out what it is that you want for yourself and having faith that it's going to work out. This impulse is just way too strong to ignore. Like whatever it is that you feel resonates with your soul is going to be more important than the drama that happens here. And that's very beautiful. You're not going to really worry about what the future is going to be holding for you. And you're not going to be very held back. And you're going to remove yourself from this negative environment. You're going to remove yourself from this headspace that says you're not good enough. And you're going to be moving into something fresher where you feel more supported in your work environment, which is beautiful to end the year off at. Again, I'm wishing you a lot of luck and love, pile 3, because that's awesome. So, some advice for your career. Oh, I forgot to ask yes or no questions. I'm sorry. So, I'll let you do 3 yes or no's, or 2. I've been allowing people 2. So ask your first yes or no question. Hold it in your mind, pile 3. What is your answer to pile 3, Spirit? Perfect timing. Okay, and then ask your second question. Pile 3. Hold it in your mind. What is the answer to the second question? Okay, no. And remain positive wanted to come out. They were coming out a little weirdly, so I think this might change for you. I don't think it's a firm no, but those are the answer to your questions. Answers, I should say. All right, we shall end with some advice, pile 3, and then I will send you on your way. All right, pile 3, what is some advice that you have for pile 3's career? Yeah, Spirit really wanted to talk to you about your career today. A fiery climax approaches. I would have to agree. So Aries season, which just passed, March and April, are going to be really significant. I think we're still in Aries season. Yeah, we're still in Aries season. I don't know when I'm going to post this truthfully, so by the time that I do post this, it might already be too late. But I guess that's how you're going to know whether or not this resonates with you. There's a lot of stuff about being a little bit too self-absorbed with this pile. It's time to see if you've been a little bit too much me as a starting line. There's a tug of war between what you want and what someone else wants, but you'll have to wait a little while to see what's going to happen next. Okay, so maybe this has something to do with your love life coinciding with your career. I feel like they're both going to be a little bit intertwined. Not necessarily saying that like you're seeing your coworker or anything like that, but maybe it's that your person doesn't want you to find a different career or move into the career of your choice. And that's maybe a need of yours that you've been neglecting for all this time. But there's a need to wait. Ask yourself if you've been handling the situation as sensitively as you could have done. If you've been a little rash or harsh, gone too fast or overstepped, then accept that on some level you've created the situation yourself, which means you can create your way out of it too. So there's a need to be kind, be nice, smile, and be polite. And being assertive is good. Just don't ride roughshod over anyone. I've never heard that. So there's a need to mediate your way to peace instead of adding fuel to the fire and being more assertive, but also being kind and polite and also having some fun time as well. But there might be a conflict that's kind of happening right now, and there's a need to kind of be sensitive, but also be bold and be brash. So I don't know if that helped pile 3. I hope it does. But thank you so much for listening to my readings. If you got all the way to the end, you're a real one for that. If you resonated with this reading, please like, share, comment, subscribe. And I hope to see you in the next one. Bye.